class, come to order. Oh, excuse me. AGP, are we ready to go? All right, thank you all for being here on this lovely day. Please rise and join the board in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a quorum. Everybody's dressed in as much finery as they possibly could during this holiday season. Do we have anything to report from closed session, Mr. Carmel?
President Farmer, we had a very long closed session. The board continued to provide instructions to its labor negotiators, continued to evaluate the performance of the general manager, discussed 2 pending litigation cases and 1 anticipated litigation case, but there is no formal action to report.
Thank you. Regarding agenda review and deletions, if no one minds, what I'd like to do is move items 8C, which is regarding the purchase of the Vector truck, and 8E, the discussion and consideration of the approval of the agreement with PG&E, and move those both up in regular business to the beginning to accommodate Mr. Alchin so he can get back to work. And hopefully that's in agreement with the rest of the board. Thank you. Now we'd like the sheriff's report. I see a representative from the sheriff's department moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commander Justin Nelson with the Sheriff's Coast Station. I have the report for November. For November, we had 331 calls for service, and we took 44 reports. This time last year, we had 268 calls for service with 24 reports. We handled 1 case regarding assault and or battery. We had 15 calls for service regarding disturbances. Of note, we were dispatched to a disturbance, subjects arguing at a residence in the 2400 block of Cowper. When deputies arrived, a male subject ran from the residence and was contacted by deputies and was later arrested for public intoxication. We had 2 reports regarding burglaries. Of note, we were dispatched to a burglary report at a business in the 2200 block of Main Street. Approximately $6,500 was the loss, and that case is currently active, being investigated by our detective division. We had 2 calls for service regarding thefts, 5 calls for service regarding vandalisms. We had 1 call for service regarding a phone scam. This specific scam, the person thought they were talking with somebody from Amazon, and the person on the other end of the line asked them to go to Cookie Crock to purchase gift cards to pay for merchandise. That is a very common scam. There's a lot of variations with phone scams, but it's very common they ask you to purchase gift cards to pay for something. We had 6 calls for service regarding suspicious circumstances. Of note, we were dispatched to McLeod Way and Wood Drive regarding 2 males that were possibly taking something from a parked vehicle. Deputies arrived and determined that one of the males actually owned the vehicle. The other male was a parolee at large, and we arrested him, and he was booked in the county jail. And that's all I have for calls for service. Just a couple tips on crime prevention. This is the season where we have an increase where packages are stolen from the front of residences. So a couple tips. When you're purchasing items to be delivered at your house, sign up for alerts and tracking so you can see when the package is delivered and you can pick it up in a timely manner. Also, another good option is a doorbell camera. Those prevent a lot of these thefts. And then also another good option is leaving your package with a neighbor. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Officer Alsam. I realize that the report that, well, first off, any comments from the board members regarding the report that we were just given? Yes, Vice President Steidel.
I had a question. I don't know if this is something you can address right now, but I have seen reports of hacking of some of those ring installations, for instance, where people actually gain access internally to a home. For instance, if someone's online, a hacker can get online and use that as a mechanism to branch out into being able to get into those kinds of electronics and actually have conversations with people in their home or threaten. And there have been probably in the last 6 months, I've seen maybe 3 articles in this regard. And I was wondering if that's something that the Sheriff's Department is familiar with or is aware of happening.
It's nothing that I've seen that's been reported to us recently, and I personally have not heard of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I realize that the incident that I'm about to maybe request a bit of a description on happened like earlier this week. And even though it would be in next month's report, if you have any information off the top of your head or in front of you, you might want to give a report, not just for the community of Cambria here, but just to folks that might be watching from other areas of the county, what actually took place here just a few days ago.
Absolutely. I take it you're talking about the Amber Alert suspect?
Correct.
So it was, remind me, a couple days ago, it's like 3 days ago, there was an Amber Alert that morning, and it was regarding a suspect in San Jose where the suspect had attempted to murder his girlfriend and then took a 2-year-old child and fled the area. And a vehicle description was given in the Amber Alert. That vehicle was seen at the Cambria Shell Station. Shell Station employees, along with citizens, recognized the vehicle, confirmed it was the Amber Alert vehicle, held the suspect there, and then called law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived. California State Parks was first on scene and detained the suspect, and then the sheriff's office arrived and also the highway patrol. The child was safe and was turned over to Child Welfare Services, and the suspect was booked into the county jail for a warrant that was obtained by San Jose PD. And then we also worked with San Jose PD detectives on that case.
If I could just add a couple of more details to that. First, to let folks know that maybe are familiar with Cambria, maybe not familiar with Cambria. This incident happened about 200 yards up the road from where we are right now. And what was most interesting, and this just kind of lets you know the value of the Amber Alert and what it's like to have tourists coming through your community. The gentleman that initially confined the suspect was visiting from Oregon. He was staying in Pismo Beach on vacation and was coming up here to see the elephant seals, just about 12 miles north of here, and just stopped for gas and had seen the Amber Alert and recognized the vehicle. And he's a former wrestling coach and took the guy to the ground, and other people assisted him. So it was like a really feel-good story. And so it's just a nice way to start this meeting, if nothing else, on that very positive note. So thank you for your report, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move forward to public comment. And so far, excuse me. Chief Hollingsworth, my apologies, buddy. My second day on the job.
That's okay, Mr. President. Thank you for letting me be here today. Report for the month of November, we had 91 calls for emergency services. That's continuing the trend of a significant increase over the last few years. We're about 14% over what we have each of the last few years. In regards to that, we're also still holding at around 24% in regards to service to people that do not live directly in our community. Quick update on the grant situation. We were advised this week that one of the defensible space grants that we had applied for, we've been put on a wait list for. That doesn't mean we're out of the running on it. It just means that they've gone ahead with funding other projects. So it's one of those ones that's still in the loop, if you will. It's at the federal level right now. And if additional funding becomes available because the funding is transferred, or if other projects are not actual shovel ready, if you will, and they're not able to proceed, then they go down that line. So it's still possible we still have access to that specific grant. And then really the one thing that I wanted to focus on, just as a reminder for safety for the community, is one of the things we offer the community is emergency access to commercial and industrial businesses in an emergency aspect. So we have special keys that are allowed to get into highly secured vaults that are attached to businesses, that if something happens after hours, we're able to access that vault and then access the facility, everything from the bank to the store to the doctor's offices, and that's all done so we don't have to destroy infrastructure to get in there to help whatever the problem may be. There is a residential application of that. It is called the Residential Knox Box Program, and it is available for everybody in the community. So if there are people in the community, for instance, that have significant medical needs, and they end up calling 911, and if they are on the floor or they're unresponsive and they're unable to get up and get access and open a door, the only way for emergency personnel to get into the house is to force entry, and that sometimes can be done by forcing a door or a window. Sometimes you have to break something, and then that becomes very expensive for the person who owns the home, especially if it happens over and over and over again for people that have a lot of medical problems. If you have any interest in this, please reach out to the fire department. I'm happy to coordinate that with you. There's a number of people that are in need in this community that have already installed those devices, and we'd be happy to coordinate getting that and putting it on your home if that's the direction you'd like to go. So over to you for any questions.
Any questions of the chief? I just want to ask you, William, excuse me, how often does something like that occur for you, whether it's a business or a residence, where you have to have some kind of emergency way of getting in?
At least a handful of times every month. We just did it last week. I had to break into a person's home that was injured for a medical reason, and we had to get access to them, and they were unable to get to the door. They were able to get the phone and call 911, but they weren't able to get access to the door.
So when you say that, how do you go about that?
Well, if they don't have the Knox box system, we gingerly, as carefully as we can, try to find the best way, the cheapest way to get in the house. And sometimes if there's a window open, we can actually pull the screen, move the window, put people in. Last case scenario, we will break something, whether it's a window or door, the least expensive option. If they have one of these Knox box systems or another version of it where you can get a coded box and just put a key in, those are not as secure, but that's another way to do it, then we can get access to the residents that way. And when that occurs, there's no damage.
So obviously if someone wants to sign up for this, they can just contact you at the fire department.
Absolutely. Because of the inherent nature and the security of what this system is, it has to be signed by the fire chief and authorized by that purchase only.
All right, thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
Happy holidays, William.
Thank you.
You and the family. Oh, excuse me. We do have a comment now. Yes, Director Rice.
The county is participating in the Pulse Point
Yes.
app. Are we participating in that?
We are
looked
by
into it?
default, because since we
Okay.
fall into what is called state responsibility area, even though we have a local jurisdiction here under the CCSD, Chief Jalbert, the county chief, when he purchased it, he purchased it for every non-incorporated area.
Can you
So-
just briefly say what it is for the public who might be
Pulse
watching?
Point is a smart app that you can download and put on your phone that does everything from alert you to incidents that are happening in and around your area. It was specifically designed on the medical end because CPR for people that go down and need CPR is really only effective when it happens immediately and there's immediate intervention. You can actually set it up to where you get alerts if somebody actually has a heart attack type event, goes down, and CPR is needed. So if you're in a certain proximity, it'll push that information out when the dispatch comes out, and in fact, that will go out prior to the dispatch or my radio going off. It's usually within a few seconds. And there's already been at least one save in the county from this happening in downtown San Luis Obispo. So somebody was walking down the street, had a heart attack, somebody else called that emergency in, that went out through the dispatch, and a bystander was able to start CPR, and that person is actually walking and talking today because of that.
And it also has on the map where the closest defibrillator or whatever.
It does, yeah. You can have that component too. It'll give you the closest automatic external defibrillator. It'll show you where the local hospitals are. And
So
you can
we're
set-
already included, you're saying?
We're already included in that
Okay,
system. So all you would have to
wonderful.
do is download that app and then plug in the information for the county, and it's all pretty user-friendly to do so.
Thank you, I appreciate that answer.
Thank you, Director Rice and Chief Hollingsford. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's time to move on. Time to move on to public comment. And the first request to speak is from Hank Kruzak from San Simeon. Hank, thank you so much.
Thank you, and happy holidays to everyone. Last time I wasn't able to stay long enough. You had a lot more committees than we do in San Simeon, so it was an hour and a half in, and I had to pick up the dog, so I'm back. I wanted to talk about what I think is a misinterpretation of what I had left as a page about regional wastewater treatment, a suggested approach toward that. And the approach that I'm putting on the table really says pumping our stuff, our wastewater, to Cambria to process using Cambria's existing facility for the next 10 to 20 years while you resolve your sustainable water facility matters and we get rid of our wastewater treatment plant. And the plus sides of that is, one, you need a lot of upgrades to your plant, your wastewater treatment plant. Our rates for wastewater, of which about 85% are commercial, are about 2.5 times higher than your rates. You all complain about rates. Our rates are 2.5 times higher than yours. So that would provide enough revenue for maybe $10 to $12 million worth of upgrades to your facility. So I want you to think about there's something in this for Cambria. On the alternative side, we would be able to shut down a wastewater treatment plant that's exposed to wave overruns and get rid of the effluent that's put into the ocean. So from an environmental standpoint as well as an economic standpoint, and that's what I'm proposing for the next 10 to 20 years until the next generation solution is maybe available for wastewater treatment and it's cost effective over that time. So I wanted to clarify that. The minute you hear regional, everybody's thinking about a grand study. In that area of study, the Coastal Commission has, I think, approved this month $133,000 worth of funding for a study, the regional or the alternative study, which could be regional or non-regional, of alternatives for shutting down the wastewater treatment plant. And Cambria San Simeon has to put in another $33,000. So you don't have to worry about paying for a study. There's going to be funding available for the study. So the cost will be mostly in Cambria's time rather than in the other. But I want you to think about the plus side of paying for upgrades. Thank you.
Hank, thank you very much. And obviously this is most likely going to be pursued by both communities and both districts. So thank you for your information. The next request to speak is from Christine Heinrich, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm back to talk about this problem of intent to serve letters and new construction permits being put through the county. There were several more that have come to my attention this week, and this is a problem because they go on to the county rubber stamps them, and they pass on through, and then they're appealed to the Coastal Commission, which has commented at length on these, that they will not approve these, that this is not allowed. No new construction can be allowed in Cambria until the water situation is resolved. That's in one of them that's coming up for a public hearing tomorrow, the Satimi permit. I was concerned to see that our general manager has commented that he has full discretion to approve or disapprove extensions of intent to serve letters. I wonder if the board really intends to give the general manager this authority. In the past, these extensions have come before the full board, as in the case of the Pilch extension, which was denied. And I really feel that every one of these, because they are being denied at a higher level because of the community's problems and because Cambria is already damaging the creeks with its existing extractions, whether these should not be publicly discussed, and whether the board really wants to decide to continue to issue new construction permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Final request to speak for public comment is Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Some of you are on Facebook, and you know that I have an irresistible temptation these days, and that is to post photographs of the surf. We have a hazardous surf warning for the past several days. It'll come again in a few days. And it is mind-boggling to stand there and watch what the ocean does. And I got to thinking about it. Since my mind was boggled, I figured Emily Dickinson probably wasn't. And so here's a poem by Emily Dickinson. Exhilaration is the breeze that lifts us from the ground and leaves us in another place, whose statement is not found, returns us not, but after time we soberly descend, a little newer for the term, upon the enchanted ground. And when I go down to the beach here, I don't drive, as many of you know, so I just walk down to Santa Rosa Creek, and I'm getting to know that beach a lot. I found, I won't say what it's popularly called, but yesterday I found an innkeeper worm, and if you want to be enthused during the holidays, you go look that up, and you'll see. But I often see so many, many things, and I saw a bunch of oil in October, and a very strange phenomenon about Santa Rosa Creek and the lagoon. I'm documenting it with photos and now correlating it with the pumping, etc. But when I go down to that creek, every single time, no matter if I go twice a day, I am reminded that what we are doing now with San Simeon Creek and Santa Rosa Creek is adversely affecting the creeks. Just the water that we're taking out now, not a drop more. And even if we are marvelously conserving, which we are, but even that amount of water withdrawn from these two creeks is adversely affecting the ecological systems in which we live and in which the creeks flow. I read today on internet, a blessing and a curse, that internet, because I read today Noah's report that the acidification of the coast out here along California is twice as high as they thought it was and as anywhere else in the world. It's happening fast. And the shells are weakening, including the ones I take to first and second grade. And those children understand what's happening. My friends, read Emily Dickinson and read Noah, and maybe we will all understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Let's move on to item number 4 and the General Manager's report. Mr. Weigel.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. We have a fairly long agenda today. I apologize. We had a total of 45 pages we had to push out today due to late-minute changes from due to a number of issues, including not from our attorney, but from outside attorneys, review and for a number of items and gathering addendums together. So it's a good 245 pages, I think, today. I increased the scope of the general manager's report this month, short snippets of what I call my big rocks, my main issues that I work from not such as necessarily a day-to-day, but from a longer-term perspective. And so I tried to capture kind of where we are, and I'll update those as we go along over the coming months, and add and subtract items as they come on and off my plate or the staff's plate. I do want to announce that we've hired a new utilities manager, Mr. Ray Dienzo, who's coming from the San Luis Obispo County Department of Public Works, and he'll start with the district on Monday, January 6th. He'll be based down at the wastewater treatment plant facilities. Also, as a number of folks around the community have asked, where our Proposition 218 rate increases are going, we added a section in there in attachment 03 with a little more specificity on the where that revenue is going to. So I hope that's helpful for the board and the community. A couple of other highlights. I'm looking for help from the community to think about what other kind of things we can do for increasing revenue so we don't have to go find it somewhere else. And I'm looking at ways such as installing electric vehicle charging stations where we can capture some revenue, as one example. And then also, as you know, we're looking at and researching a number of alternative energy sources as we go along in our day-to-day work, such as LED bulbs on our street lights, as an example. But I'd love to get input from the community, so I added my email address for both of those in the event that there's some ideas from the community at large. And then we also expanded on the administration and facilities area, a little bit more information. I'm going to have Monique Madrid address a couple of the major issues that we're and subjects that we're pursuing in that regard.
Thank you. So we've been working on labor negotiations as District Council had talked about. We also have created or filled a couple of positions. One is the new position that was created through the Proposition 218 rates for water. We're recruiting for the maintenance, the collection systems maintenance workers. There's 2 positions there, and we're working through that. Purchasing the Vector truck will help give them steady work. Let's see. So we also have been with Laserfish, which is a software program for records management, and we have incorporated DocuSign with that. So we're able to circulate our contracts without having to use the USPS, so it's rather quickly. Let's see. We've also been having bi-weekly meetings regarding Tyler Encode, and we've gotten with our internet information technology company, and they are helping us work through the infrastructure identification, and then we'll be working through the various other documents that are required in order to transfer over to Tyler Encode. Facilities and resources is also staying busy, especially with the rain. They get lots of falling trees and cleanup of that. They're also staying aware of the various homeless camps that they come across, and I know they've recently found one. Carlos also participates in the events with the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, which keeps him busy. And then he's also participating in the Vets Hall meetings for looking for various options for funding for the deferred maintenance. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Any members of the board have any questions for Ms. Madrid or for General Manager Weigold? Yes, Director Rice.
I was just curious I was looking at the Facilities and Resources Department report, and the first thing is I still haven't seen a policy come forward on how we're addressing the homeless encampments to preserve the constitutional rights of those whose property we end up confiscating and taking to trash. I know that we started putting up eviction notices, 3-day notices or something like that, but I still haven't seen something come forward to the board, and I would like to have that happen, because somebody who doesn't have a roof over their head, having all of their things taken isn't, without notice, is not constitutional, on top of not being ethical. I'm also curious on the how we determine which trees that are dead standing trees get taken down. We know that there's hundreds of these trees around, if not thousands, that are dead standing trees. And this says 6 were identified and removed. I'm assuming there's some ranking that goes, like if it's threatening a home or something, if it's on our property. But how do we determine that? Because we have a limited budget for these kinds of things.
Okay, well, answering the first question, we do have a draft policy regarding the homeless camps and how to provide the constitutional required processes. I know that I believe the board has asked the policy committee to review it, and so I'm sure it'll come up on the policies committee agenda very soon, and then can be vetted through them and brought to the board. As far as the trees go, we do often get people from the community who bring up a tree to us, and there are various ways that they are brought down, so can't really answer for the specifics in Carlos's report. But I know that if they are threatening a house and it's reported to us and it's our property, then we do end up having some form of liability, so we usually take those down first.
I'll get back to you on further determination on that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. For the general manager, on your report, the retrofit and conservation program, I'm looking on the old agenda. It's page 7 of 196. About hiring an administrative technician to support the utilities department with the focus on the retrofit and update to the retrofit and conservation programs. I'm assuming that's for data purposes. We're going to be having an item come forward once it goes through the committee process for a water resources team to kind of help us work some of that stuff out. So I hope that we're keeping that in mind as we train that person and get them started on that data. My final question, it says on the Laserfish that Ms. Madrid will be attending one of the conferences for training, and they're also providing 2 complimentary registrations. I'm assuming Ms. Madrid is using one of those. Are we sending the deputy district clerk for that training too, or otherwise using that second registration?
I think we're having the finance manager and the district clerk attend.
Okay.
Like, stand corrected.
Okay.
Well, Melissa Bland is going to be the second person.
Okay, and then my last question is related to the public records requests, and I'd like to start with a disclaimer that we should be providing any and all documents that are not exempt to the community when they request them. My concern is specifically on the request from Tina Dickinson regarding emails, and my understanding was that we don't have emails past 30 days old. But this seems to include emails that are greater than 30 days old.
I'd have to research that.
I can answer that. If we have emails that are saved in documents or folders for some reason, which in this case they're related to payroll or benefit questions,
Okay.
and so of course we search our files for those. So our email deletes after 30 days. But that doesn't mean that if you save one in a folder or a file that it's deleted, and so we look for those as well.
Okay, maybe we need to look at what our email and records retention policy is to accommodate that, because that wasn't my understanding when we looked at that email retention policy several years ago. And if it's changed, it's changed. And I'm all for, let's keep the things that are really important to keep. I'm not saying that at all, but let's make sure that the policy matches what we're doing on the ground, especially if there's greater than, I realized, still being saved of some of these emails and things.
Well, I think what we're talking about is 2 different things. One is the standard process for email retention in our email distribution center, or whatever you want to call that. and the other is files that are saved as a matter of course of business. So if you save an email, which is a matter of your regular course of business, then if somebody requests that, then you're obligated to provide it. So I think there's just a little bit of difference in what you're asking.
Okay, and I understand the distinction. Thank you for help with the clarification.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Madrid. Thank you, Director Rice and Director Howell. I just thought I would, excuse me. It's okay. Director Pearson.
Just one question for the general manager, or comment, I guess. Thank you very much for listing out the items that we're spending the Prop 218 on. At some time, if it's possible, and I don't know if it's possible to do this, it would be nice to indicate how much money is being spent on each of these items and how that's impacting the overall 218 monies that we're taking in. But thank you very much for that list, because I think that gives everybody a good idea as to, oh yes, your money is being used for some positive things in the community and stuff.
In answer to that question, so it's not as straightforward as here's new money and here's the bucket that all goes in. It all goes into the budget, and the overall budget, it just increases. So there's not a carved out section of the budget that says this is the extra money and these are specific money that goes to. So it's just an increased budget amount.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that gets you an answer for you. And
If I'm not mistaken, I think that perhaps you were referring to what the incurred expense was for a given item versus what its budgeted amount was?
Well, some approximation, like
Right.
on the wastewater operators, okay, how much is our yearly salary and benefits for each one of those, so that people can understand exactly how much we're spending on those kind of things.
And perhaps a place to do that could be the quarterly financial summaries that are done, just as a...
Yeah, if it's going to be indicated in the quarterly summary what items are basically being funded thanks to the passage of the 218 resolution. Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, the budgetary amounts have been defined within the budget itself. And so I'm just trying to understand what you...
Yeah, some of them are, but not all of them are. Not all of these are that I've seen.
Right, because some of them were supposed to be identified over time and assigned by the R&I committee from the lump sum amount, for instance, within the... Okay, right. So you're just saying as those lump sum amounts are defined against specific activities, to continually update that.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe Finance Officer Duffield would like to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, President Farmer. If I could just clarify a little bit. So when you look at this list, the salaries are going to be lumped in with the salaries in those particular funds. It's not specifically called out because we budget the salaries in a lump sum. But if you look at, for instance, under the water fund, the CIP projects, you will see those itemized one by one within the budget, and you will see the dollar amount. You will also see in the far columns to the right of the budget what was assumed in the Prop 218 rate study. We've aligned all those things together. So I'll go into a little bit more detail when I review the quarterly report and point you to those actual columns in the written pages with the numbered documents. But they are, most of these items are specifically in the budget. The pickling of the filters is in the budget. The impoundment basin is a line item that you can see in the budget. And again, the capital projects are as such. So they are in the budget. It just is kind of redundant to put them in here. Our goal for this is to just let people know the hot topics. The things the questions that they keep asking at all of our infrastructure meetings, at our finance committee meetings, here at the board meetings, we keep hearing those same questions asked. So this was just a quick recap of here's the things over and above the routine budget items that were put in this year's budget as part of the Prop 218 rate increases.
Good, thank you.
Any further questions of Finance Officer, Ms. Duffield? I see. Thank you. I was going to call on you anyway, Don. I was hoping that maybe you could, at least with regard to policy, look into the comments that were made by Director Rice regarding emails and so forth. Did you want to comment on that right now?
Yeah, we can. Let's see, is this on?
Your light's on.
Oh, my light's on.
You need to speak louder.
Speak closer. Yes, there we
go.
are. Okay. Apropos of the homeless policy, that was one question that was brought up. We did look at that originally. There was a write-up from the Mr. Carmel's office. At that time, the committee looked at it and decided they didn't need to do anything further, but I have a feeling that perhaps this board would like that to be readdressed again, so we'll put that back on our agenda and look at it a second time and see if we can come up with something. The other one was on the use of electronics. That's simply come back to us for reformatting, but the wording and everything would be as it was presented at the last meeting, I think. That's my memory of what was going on.
Perhaps I misunderstood what was being discussed, but I think Director Rice was talking about the availability of emails and records retention, right? So perhaps you could bring us a report back at your next report from policy in January.
I think Mrs. Madrid answered that, responded to that. I don't know which ones are, if there's a specific policy about which ones are saved in the normal course of business or not. I want to make sure that we're maintaining the records that are helpful for us going forward as a district. My personal questions were answered. We might need to revisit it when we look at records retention again, but I think Policy Committee has a lot to do unless there's a consensus on the board to look into that further.
All right, well, thank you. Any further comments, Director Howell?
Thank you. Just a couple of small issues. On page 7 of the original packet, there's reference to a meeting on November 11th to discuss funding options for the Vets Hall. Perhaps you mentioned any results of that, but I may have been spaced out and didn't hear them. So could you give us a little idea of the results of that meeting?
We basically resolved to have another meeting.
Okay. That's good.
And we're setting up that for January. But we did get a couple of interesting ideas out of the group. One was setting up a not-for-profit organization to which people and organizations could donate. You don't normally donate to the government or the district, but you would to a not-for-profit that is specifically going to this. And so we vetted that through our district council. That's something we can do. So we're looking into executing that. And then there are a number of other ideas that came up around how to handle some of the not-for-profits that rent the hall here, because we have a disconnect or a negative number on, we're basically holding our own on operations for the most part, but we're not able to fund any of the capital improvements. It's kind of the same way we're running our wastewater treatment. We're building up our deferred maintenance. So that's going to be the discussion in January.
Thank you. Just very briefly also, there was a comment about we'll soon have the ability to train our employees to drive commercial vehicles and use the vehicle for commercial driver's licensing. I was just wondering if you could say a little bit about why that's a good thing.
So a lot of the candidates that we hire don't have the right level of license for some of the vehicles. So some of them can drive all of the vehicles, but not everyone can drive all of the vehicles. And so in the interest of trying to cross-train water and wastewater, we're developing simple capacity to train our own people.
Any further discussion on the general manager's report? Seeing none, we'll move on to item B and the finance manager's report. And Ms. Duffield, it's all yours.
Thank you, President Farmer, members of the board. So I've added a little section into the finance manager's report. We had a public records request.
My
Sure.
apologies once again. I do have a request on this item, just arrived here at my desk just moments ago from Elizabeth Bettenhouse. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I very much appreciate, and now I've lost the page in this 218 million page ring binder for today's meeting. That was a joke, General Manager Weigel. I don't see the finance manager's page right here, but I want to ask a question about it. I'm very appreciative that the huge salary that we pay you honorable elected officials who are volunteering your time, basically, is now being reported regularly. And I see now that it's in your budget on budget line item 5030, which I had not noticed before. I assume that was my fault. But I'd like to know where it shows up, and this is a next agenda item. Where does it show up in monthly current expenditures? That's a question I have, and I'm curious about that. And I'd also like to make another request. I fully understand that I am not the most astute person in the understanding the complexities of the English language, but I need some help in understanding the meaning of the two words, very soon. I once wrote to Channel 4 because they would always say next, and then it showed up approximately 5 episodes down the line. It wasn't really next. But so now I'm asking the question, and you can guess without my saying so, but I'll say it anyhow. Tyler, when it shows up soon and very soon, is that within the 12 days of Christmas? Or right at the end of Hanukkah? Or perhaps in Kwanzaa, which most of us in this room would not have the vaguest understanding of, I suspect. I'm being nasty because I feel sort of good. I saw the surf this morning and it exhilarated me. And so I asked for these two clarifications, not necessarily today, and I don't care. Maybe next time we get together for another short agenda. Very soon.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Getting back to Ms. Duffield, my apologies for the interruption.
That's okay. Okay, so going back to the reason that we put this little table into the finance manager's report, it's related to the number of meetings that each director attends and the amount that they are paid each month. So there is information on the monthly expenditure report at the very end of the report when it talks about the payroll-related items. But in our current financial system, we are unable to get that information out we can't get it out by employee. So we're unable at this point to provide the information that was requested of the district for transparency purposes. So it was our thinking to put this in the report this way, and then we can try to adjust it later through the expenditure report when we have the ability to do that by employee in Tyler Technologies. So that was our fix for the moment. As far as the question on when the new financial system will be implemented, I can't really answer that at this point. We are thinking it would be sometime around January of 2021, but as Ms. Madrid stated, that we are working with Tyler Technologies. We're having phone conferences with them every other week. And we're trying to evaluate our current infrastructure, which means do we have the right platforms in our servers and all of our desktop computers to be able to load and operate Tyler on all of our systems. And we're learning that we have about 9 computers that are out of compliance, and we have a few scanners that are out of compliance. So we're going to have to work through that with Tyler and address that and see, do we need to upgrade or do they just not support it, but we could really operate the system on a lower version than Windows 10. So we're working through those questions with them, currently, and then they're working on several factors, pulling of data when we can do that, and a lot of different factors to come up with an implementation schedule for us. So once we do have that document, we'll be sharing that, during a board meeting, but at this point, I don't have a hard, fast date of when we plan on implementing. It will be somewhere around January of 2021, is the best that I can evaluate at this time. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Any questions for Ms. Duffield? Yes, Vice President Steidel.
And I'm assuming that you were targeting in a January date because we're better off working on a calendar year break for installation, or are we better off thinking in terms of a fiscal year break?
So it's better to operate in a calendar year fashion with the system because of all of our tax reporting deadlines. So if we go to a fiscal year basis, that means we have 6 months of duplicate data entry that we have to input for all of the vendors so that we can get accurate 1099 information, and then all of our employees so we can get accurate W-2 information. So it's the advice of the financial institution is telling us you need to go live as close to January as you can. You don't want to do it in November, December, but January, February, March is ideal, but really not a fiscal year.
Okay, and I assume some of the complexities of timing that you were talking about also had to do when you have to extract data from the system to support the pyramiding of the way that the financial activities have to happen through the month?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4C and the utilities report. And Mr. John Alchin from the wastewater, he's our wastewater supervisor, has been hardworking lately and to our benefit. Thank you, John.
Thank you, President Farmer, directors, and Merry Christmas to you. A little early, but I may not see you before. So the water department's been very busy. The water team managed to get a new generator installed, and in the process of getting this generator installed, they found me a generator. So I was able to acquire a used portable generator, a Tier 4, to replace our Tier 0 generator that was going to be, it's already obsolete. Our 1-year extension on our use will expire in February of next year, so this was very fortunate for us. And that was all completed and up and running. This gives us the water system backup power out at the San Simeon well field, and we are still currently renting a generator out at the Santa Rosa well field. So they had a little mishap over in Tin City. A fire hydrant was taken out, and that's been repaired. Looks like that we may have to put some bollards up in that location to keep that from happening in the past, or keep that happening in the future. The significant number on this particular page is the 399 meters that need to be read manually. Jim's working on putting together a solution for that, and hopefully in the first quarter of next year we'll be able to give you some more information. The sustainable water facility, the reinjection pipe that travels over to reinjection well 1 from the SWF was about to fall into the San Simeon Creek. The creek had eroded close enough to the bank, close enough to the pipe that the pipe was now hanging over, and so that has been a problem for a couple of years. And Jim and water team, got that fixed this last month, which is a very good thing. We've been working at the wastewater plant on new polymers for our dewatering system, and we're looking at expense versus quality of polymer, and we're going to probably continue that process. Hopefully into the future we should have a little more information for you by later next quarter. The collection system, again, we've been working diligently on replacing existing manhole lids. We've The lids that are being inundated by surface water are at this time kind of difficult to get to. Most of them are in the street, and we're required to get Caltrans permitting, and we're having difficulty finding contractors that will come into the area and do that. So now we're concentrating on lids that have been absent from the mapping system for many years. We're finding them 2 and 3 feet under old dirt roads. So we're working on some of those at this time. We had a few power outages in the system last month, and and those power outages come from, a lot of things, but once they do occur, it causes problems in our systems, specifically SCADA and our PLCs and the operation of the equipment. We've had to replace some of that equipment. We're hoping that once this PG&E program gets online and we get into these lift stations, we may be able to address some of the power issues and clean some of that power coming into those lift stations. I don't have much more for the water or wastewater. I believe the remainder is permits and conservation from Melissa, and if you guys would like to hear from her, we'll give the mic up to Melissa. Thank you.
Mr. President, asked Melissa to address the permits and conservation piece, to explain a little bit about what we do and the difference between the different permits. There's a big difference between intent to serve and a will serve. So Melissa's going to take us through a bit of that and talk about the 4 permits from this past month.
Thank you, General Manager Rygold and Ms. Bland.
Hello, dear board. So yes, there is a difference between an intent to serve letter and a will serve letter. The only permits processed in November were for will serves. They were for remodels or reconstruction, and there was also a voluntary lot merger. I don't have the report in front of me, so I'm going off of memory. But just to give a little bit of clarification about the difference, intent to serves are expressly for when an allocation for water service is provided for the first time before a meter is ever put into the ground. An intent to serve letter can be extended. We've had some that have been extended for over 20 years. Anything that is below, at 3 EDUs or below, is under the general manager's purview. That's per section 804-080, subsection D4 and E3. And that includes extensions. So the only intent to serve letters that have been processed in 2019 that did not come before the board were under 3 EDUs, and that included the Satimi project, which was a single-family residential project, and then SLO County's commercial intent to serve letter for 1.26 EDUs. Those were both extended in, looks like, August of this year. The other permit, if you will, that we issue are will serves, or the long term for those is confirmation of water and sewer availability. So those are issued when we receive projects that add 20% or more of habitable floor space or add or change out water fixtures. So when we receive applications for those, the sole intent is to enforce the retrofit program. It's not really to approve or disapprove of the project itself. It's just to make sure that they maintain compliance with our retrofit program. So that's under Title 4, Chapter 20, Section 30 of our code. And whenever we have a project that adds water fixtures, so say you have a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home and you're adding a 3rd bathroom, we apply impact fees for things like toilets, sinks, showers, and then those impact fees go to the water department's budget and then fund conservation program efforts. I think that about covers it.
Thank you, Ms. Bland. Let me just ask you, I know that you've mentioned in the past with regard to the retrofit program and keeping records on that, that somehow we really don't have much available for, let's say, the past 5 years. And I'm wondering if there's a way that you're continuing to work on that effort.
Absolutely.
And if you could describe what that would be.
Yes, as Director Rice mentioned earlier, we did bring on a temporary provisional staff member who is specifically focused on the conservation program. So I am having him build a database where we are going to be able to transfer all of the data off of our inspection reports that we have filed and stored for several years, but never really been able to manipulate that information in any usable fashion. So we're going to be going back a few years to kind of get an idea of what the points bank looks like, what the actual number of points is. And then we're going to improve the process so that going forward, all of that information is automatically transferred into that database. And we can run like queries and reports to get information from, things like how many homes have had retrofitted toilets to, how many homes are in the system that are 3-bathroom versus 2-bathroom. And, the way that we're going to use that data will become more apparent in the future as those questions arise. But the main focus right now is really just to take the data that we do have that's unusable and put it into the system so that we can actually use it and plan with it going forward.
So if I could bring up one more item, and it's, I think, a rather delicate one, but folks have brought it up in public comment, that let's say someone does become involved with the retrofit program, they install the necessary shower attachments, faucets, and so forth, and then after that's examined, they go back to using something that's more indulgent, so to speak. Mm-hmm. How do we stay on top of something like that?
Well, any conservation program is really based off of averages, so we don't look specifically at a house and then kind of, compare their before and after retrofit usage. You're looking at the system as a whole, because a lot of times these retrofits are happening because of resales, so you might be having a home change hands from someone with, just a single person living in a home to a family occupying it. So the water data is not very useful when trying to look at, address-specific impacts. But we do see overall that there has been some efficacy to this program. That's the consultant's job, is to kind of really get into the meat of proving that statistically and pulling all of the data for that. The assistant we've got on board is really just collecting that data so that it can be used. But I can say that there are definitely ways that the program could be improved. There are, technologies that have come along that may be more useful in the program because they might be less noticeable. So one obvious example is the aerators that go on bathroom and kitchen faucets. Those are really easily removable and they're a little bit ugly. So a lot of times I think people take them off just because of aesthetics. There are other devices that can actually go under the sink at the angle stop that consumers don't even see. So, those are some of the things that we will be exploring when we look at the retrofit program over the next 6 months.
Oh, thank you very much for that report. And yes, Director Rice.
Are you going to be including the data that we have on the rebate program that we pretty much haven't been doing anything on the last couple of years, but prior to that we did have a rebate program?
Mm-hmm, absolutely, yeah. We're going back and looking at the water use efficiency plan from 2013, looking at all of the measures that were recommended and the ways that the district either did or did not implement them, to what extent they were implemented, and then trying to look at the water savings that were achieved from those measures.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you, President Farmer.
Director Pearson.
Question for the general manager, I think more than the utilities manager. Are we going to get reimbursed for the time and effort that we had to expend putting the hydrant back on?
That's a good question.
I mean, their insurance ought to pay us for that.
Yeah. I don't have an answer for that right now, but we
And we ought to bill them for a car wash too while we're at it.
All right. Well, thank you, Director Pearson, and thank you, Ms. Bland. Thank you. Yes, Vice President Stidel.
Ms. Bland, I did have a question that perhaps you could address, or I think that possibly that you're the individual to have the information to provide. Back in July, there was a listing of parcel information that had been a part of the agenda package. And down at the bottom of this was parks, landscape, irrigation, service commitments. And there are 5 of those. And it says no EDUs assigned cannot be used for construction. Can you explain what these kinds of meters are? Park, landscape, irrigation, service commitments? And if there are, is it just saying there were no EDUs that were assigned to it, or that in use there is no EDU assigned to it? Because if it's the latter, I was wondering how do we know what the water consumption is?
We do meter that consumption, so we do bill for those any water that's used. Those are potable. That's potable water that's being metered separately for landscape irrigation purposes. In some instances, it's because we're irrigating, or whoever the meter belongs to is irrigating a very large area. So being able to kind of monitor the use from typically it's commercial. One instance is Cambria Village Square. So being able to separate out the consumption that was, meant for consumers at the tap versus irrigation helps us identify any leaks or implement any sort of landscape ordinances that may come up in the future. It's actually recommended from the state that we issue more of these meters so that we can better track irrigation water versus, potable water for human consumption.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, the reason that those don't affect EDUs is because the water is still being used by that single user. So if it's a home that also has a vacant parcel that they're using for like a garden or something like that, they pay for it in the same manner that they would pay for the water to their home. It's just to kind of track the way that the water's being used.
So are the rates that are applied in these circumstances the same that are applied for residential usage?
If it's a residence that has the meter, then yes. If it's a commercial property, then they pay commercial rates.
Okay. Thank you for those clarifications. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bland. Seeing no other questions for the general manager or the finance manager or Ms. Bland, we'll move on to item 5 and 5A, and that's the president's report, and I guess that's me. And even though this is only my first full meeting as president, and obviously Director Pearson has presided over this board here for the past year since I'm sitting in the chair right now, I thought I'd hopefully I can make this as brief as possible, just kind of do an overview of what the community, what the board, what the district has had to deal with over the past year. But what I'd like to do first is to remind us of our good fortune in being here in Cambria, and I do want to just briefly comment on what Ms. Bettenhausen said earlier about the acidity in the oceans just off the coast here. It's worse here than anywhere on the planet, and as we know, it's a blessing to live almost anywhere along the coast of California, but especially here in Cambria. And it's really more of an alarm bell, another alarm bell as to the need to live in harmony with nature and not just appreciate her beauty, but do everything we can, every little thing that we can to, as I said, have reverence for Mother Earth and just do the little things as well as the major things in our own soul and heart and spirit to recognize our intimate connection with the planet. So I wish to begin with the recent rains that we had, just to bring us up to speed here. So you might recall less than a month ago, less than 3 weeks ago, the hillsides were still brown. We hadn't received any rain yet. And then just a couple of days before Thanksgiving, overnight, at least here in Cambria, at least at my house, that's the only measuring stick I have, just under 1.5 inches of rain. And then we had a little bit of rain Thanksgiving morning. And then we had beautiful blue skies in the afternoon, and it was quiet throughout town because everybody's home. Nobody was driving. They were having dinner, maybe watching football games or so. So Thanksgiving was just a special day. We had the rain. Everybody was just feeling good. The air was fresh and clean. So the total amount of rain that we had for November, and I know I have this written down here, was, I believe, a little over 4 inches. And so far this rainy season, which began, well, obviously it begins on July 1st. The first rain we had, like I say, was November 26th. So here we are, roughly 3 weeks later, and so far we've had, at my house, just over 6 inches of rain. And you might be interested in knowing that the rain that we just had last night, about 0.6 of an inch of rain, no one else in the county, they might have had maybe 0.5, maybe, 5/100ths, maybe 0.2 at the most. We were blessed to have over 0.5 inch of rain last night. So once again, the joy to live in Cambria and how much we should appreciate it. And we all remember the rain that we got last year and how it began once again in November, just a little bit earlier than this year, and then went all the way through past Memorial Day. And last year we got about 25 inches of rain. It was spread out very well. Well, at this time last year we had just over 4.5 inches of rain. So we have 1.5 inches more than we had a year ago. Let's hope that trend continues. For obvious reasons, to fill up the creeks, to green up the hillsides, and enliven our spirits. So, now that I've said that, a brief look back at 2019. So I think I can speak for the board, the staff, the entire community in the hiring of Pavel Ogren as our interim general manager. He served here for 6 months, and if I can use any kind of naval metaphors, since you have 2 people on my left that served in the Navy, we have a rear admiral here as new general manager. Let's say he helped right the ship, help man the stern, what is it they call it, the stern? The tiller, thank you, and guide us in the right direction through some stormy times. I don't know the terminology, but I think I know what I'm talking about anyway. And so I think we're all so grateful that Pavel came on board at the right time, and of course he's still helping out with the coastal development permit. I also want to thank Ms. Madrid for stepping up when needed as let's say, filling in as assistant general manager. She still is always providing necessary information, historical knowledge. So we were able to kind of weather that storm, so to speak, once we terminated the previous general manager and moved into this year. Also, we've hired, obviously, Mr. Weigold, our new general manager, and we're the 6 months. It's kind of a honeymoon phase, and you adapt to one another. It's like any kind of relationship. Things kind of go back and forth a little bit. We do have a job evaluation on the closed session agenda this evening, but I don't believe that's going to happen. But just to let anyone know that is out there, and I think we're all concerned to one degree or another about the future of our relationship with Mr. Weigold. The board will be doing a 2-hour job evaluation on Thursday, January 9th. That would normally be, this is the second Thursday of the month, that would normally be our board meeting, but to make things a little bit easier on staff in the new year, the board meetings are going to be on the 3rd and 4th Thursdays of the month. So we will be meeting with Mr. Weigold. So I'm just bringing that up to speed in case anyone wants to show up here on the 9th at 2 o'clock and make any public comment on that closed session with regard to the job evaluation. So thank you. With regard to the emergency water facility, obviously, we're still in the ongoing phases of obtaining the coastal development permit. Hopefully, it's going to be going before the Planning Commission in early 2020. One of the things that happened with the facility, of course, is the decommissioning of the impoundment basin that was finally completed last week. The Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board signed off on that, so that's one less worry, one less concern in that area. Of course, obviously, what we do have a concern with is the ongoing suit that we had with the project developers and builders of this facility, and that is CDM Smith. There were attempts at mediation in this particular lawsuit, and that didn't work out. Our offer was fairly reasonable. Our situation was fairly reasonable, but CDM Smith prefers to go to court on this. Another item, the housing challenges that exist in our community, especially for low-income people, especially those in the service community. There's unfortunately the business community has reported to us over the recent months the lack of employment, the lack of employees, because rents are going up, the availability of rents is decreasing. As a result, people are moving out of town. This is obviously a serious situation, and the ability of the board to address this is rather limited, and I say that because, obviously, like I said, fewer long-term rentals available. The cost of those are increasing. There's more vacation rentals, more Airbnbs that there's some control that we can have. Most of this takes place from people from out of town. So this is a problem. It's not just a problem here. It's a serious problem. The homeless problem in the major cities here in California and throughout the country, this is a serious, ongoing, escalating problem. We do have it here. How we address this, I don't know. There was an effort at low-income housing, affordable housing, but due to the lack of available water that exists here in the community, we're unable to pursue this. Obviously, this is a controversial issue, as are some others. We can only hope for the best on the horizon. Another item, establishing a realistic escape route during emergencies. Obviously, the fear of fire has become more prominent due to the recent couple of years, how things have happened. So we are hoping, working with various agencies, including our fire chief. We thank Chief Hollingsworth and others, CAL FIRE and so forth. We'll see how this evolves in the future. Also, the efforts at fuel reduction that have taken place throughout the community, these have become more aggressive, especially on the East-West Ranch, the Fiscalini Ranch. And so how this took place, like I said, was it the safety of the residents to decrease the possibility of fire versus the impact on the natural environment and the creatures who live there. Once again, another controversial issue that will probably be open for discussion as we move forward in the coming year. Another thing that has taken place, I think many of you are aware of it, some of you may not be, that we recently in November had a meeting between the San Simeon and Cambria CSDs, the presidents and vice presidents of the boards and their general managers, and I can't remember whether Bruce Gibson was there or not, don't believe, but he did give us feedback. We're on the beginning stages of a regional wastewater plant, as well as a shared pipeline that will take any brine waste once the emergency water facility is up and running, if and when that does take place, take the brine waste down to San Simeon and use the ocean outfall, and then they're sending their effluent up to be put into our wastewater facility. Once again, a very controversial issue. This will be years in the making, but then again, it's in the infant stages, so to speak, just to bring people up to speed that is actually occurring. Obviously, something that's going to be on the agenda upcoming here is our partnering with PG&E and their SST turnkey program to make major, much-needed upgrades at our wastewater facility. To me, having been somewhat intimately involved with the needs of wastewater and just infrastructure in general here in our community, this is a real blessing, and it's going to take a long time once again, but we're finally getting to the point where we're going to be, accepting a contract, so to speak, and implementing these changes taking place, these upgrades taking place at the wastewater facility. And Mr. Alchin will be giving us more information on that, as will the R&I committee, coming up in this agenda. Also, I want to mention the Christmas gift that has come to wastewater. And that's thanks to the very hard work of our chief plant operator, Mr. Alchin, and he'll be discussing, we're going to get not just a slightly used, but a brand new Vector truck. And if this is, if anything has been needed for the functioning of the wastewater plant and for the working on the collection systems, it's been a Vector truck, which I think was last month was down more than its ability to operate. And this should put a smile on anybody out there that lives in Cambria that flushes a toilet. Okay? This is just good news. And so there we are. I think that includes all of us. And then finally, the hiring of the long vacated position of utilities manager, Ray DeCenzo, I believe is his name. He's going to be on board next year, as our general manager mentioned. He has the endorsement of Paavo Ogren. I spoke to Paavo. They've worked together. This is good news. And then finally, a couple of things. The redefining of the standing committees earlier this year, they're operating differently now. Their chair people are members of the board. And so we have 15 volunteer members of the 3 standing committees, folks in our community who are all bright, well-intentioned, and just really involved in all the decision-making of the finance, policy, and infrastructure committees. I wanted to tip my hats to them for their hard work now and ongoing, since for the most part, we have 1 vacancy right now. They've all chosen to stick around, so I want to commend them for their hard work as volunteers in this community. And then finally, personally, I want to thank Director David Pearson for being president this past year when so much was going on, and he manned the helm, so to speak, in not just an admirable, but a very intelligent and hardworking fashion. So, David, thank you so much. And with that ends my president's report. And now we can move on to the Finance Committee report, and that would be Vice President Steidel.
Thank you, President Farmer. The Finance Committee held a very short meeting, as our intent for this past meeting was to be able to review some audit information coming to us, which, due to circumstances from the auditor in terms of his resource needs, it had to be delayed somewhat, and so that's something that's going to be happening in January. So the balance of the time that we spent was establishing the calendar for January and in general talking over some of the accomplishments. So with that being said, that was the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. Brief and to the point. How about the Policy Committee? Director Howell.
Thank you, President Farmer. Actually, there's very little to say that I haven't already said, because our last Policy Committee meeting was prior to the last report that I made. So there's really been no development yet. However, our next committee meeting is going to be January 2nd at 2 o'clock. I invite anyone who has an interest to please come and give us, speak to us, if you will, or at least you might find the proceedings interesting. At that time, we will be prioritizing a very long list of things that we have to deal with, and in addition, we'll try to move the homeless policy issue forward perhaps a little bit. So I'm looking forward to that, and unfortunately we're still short 1 member, and we will be for that meeting, unfortunately. But again, I do encourage folks to apply. It can be a rewarding experience. And certainly we need more people. It's a big job, and the more variety of points of view that we have on that committee, the happier I am. So that's my report.
Yeah. And I do want to comment, there's definitely quality people, just like the other committees, quality people on policy, and anyone that would be filling. And Ms. Madrid, if you could just give us an update on how much more time members of the community have to apply for that vacancy on the policy committee?
I actually don't know. I don't remember.
That's cool. I'm sorry about that, to put you on the spot. Director Howell, perhaps you know?
I'm going to hazard a guess, assuming that we advertise, that we put it forth on our website after our last meeting. I'm not sure that we did.
Mm-hmm.
And assuming that the bylaws specify a month, I would say that we may probably be able to fill that at our second meeting in January, I think. Does that sound possible? Maybe even the first meeting. So again, I would urge people to, if you're interested, please don't sit around. Please apply as soon as possible.
Well, the first meeting's on the 16th, and hopefully that guess that you hazard, like you said, will be the only hazard that we'll be facing at least the remainder of this year. Moving on to the Resources and Infrastructure Committee, since I have vacated that position, and Director Pearson has yet to step into that seat. I would like to ask Vice Chair Karen Dean to step up and give the report from the recent Resources and Infrastructure Committee meeting. Thank you, Ms. Dean.
The Resources and Infrastructure Committee met on Tuesday, December 10th, and all committee members were present. We had a report from the Ad Hoc Committee on the Urban Water Management Plan, which consists of Tom Gray, Paul Nugent, and myself. The Ad Hoc Committee has been researching the background source documents used for the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan, looking at what information may need to be updated. We're also looking at requests for qualifications and proposals from other water districts to see how they were worded and what qualifications they specified, and also what companies they ended up using to do their urban water management plans. We're hoping to put forward our recommendations to the board for a request for qualifications for a consulting team in January or February. We received reports from Wastewater Supervisor John Alchin, Water Department Supervisor Jim Green, and Management Analyst Melissa Bland on the presentations from the 3 companies that were being considered for our CIP project plan. The companies being considered were PG&E with their IGA proposal, Johnson Controls, and Jacobs Engineering. We discussed the differences between the companies and what they had to offer, and the criteria for the selection of which company to contract with for the CIP project plan. We determined that PG&E would be our best option, especially since they've already invested multiple years of work into this project at no cost to the district. The other 2 options would be starting from scratch, doing that same work over again that PG&E has already completed, and that work would be at our expense and would most likely take months to get to the point that we are at now with PG&E. The committee moved and voted unanimously to forward our recommendation to the board to proceed with contracting with PG&E for the IGA. This will be discussed more fully during agenda item 8E today. We also received an update on John Elchin's search for the best option for a Vector truck, and I have to say he has done an outstanding job with his search. More will be heard on that during today's agenda item 8C. The company worked together to revise the mission statement, objectives, and goals, and we moved to resubmit the document to the board next month as the 2020 mission statement, objectives, and goals. We have scheduled our next meeting for Tuesday, January 14th at 2 p.m. We postponed the remainder of the meeting schedule until our January meeting when we could see if the hall was available and what the committee members' schedules were. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dean. All right, moving on to liaison reports. And let's start with Director Howell and his report from NCAC.
Again, it's very easy for me this month because there was no NCAC meeting. It was a party which I was unable to attend, so I can't report on the party.
And you were missed.
And as I think moving forward, Director Pearson will be taking over the liaison job for the next meeting. So other than to report that my experience with NCAC was very positive, I thoroughly enjoyed. It's an excellent view of what goes on in the community. Here we see people, we're very narrowly focused. There's really many other concerns which are often, well, we can't live without water, but nevertheless, then these other concerns are also very much on people's minds, and it's extremely useful for, again, I recommend anybody that wants a little free entertainment and doesn't have anything to do on that Wednesday night, it's certainly worth going. So.
Cool, so just bring popcorn, right? And and they have, their board is like even more than twice as big as ours, I think. So, wow, the more the merrier. So just be in the audience and participate when you can. All right, so how about Director Pearson, a report from Fire Safe Focus Group, please?
Yes, we had a good meeting in November, but we took the month of December off. However, due to the fine work of the NCAC, Susan McDonald, the president, Blake Fixler, and Supervisor Gibson, we're going to be able to have the County Office of Emergency Services people at our next meeting, which is on January 8th, from 3 to 5, right here in this hall. They will be here to discuss the proposal that came out of NCAC to use Highway 1 for 2 outgoing lanes in an evacuation period, and to talk about how that may or may not work and how it would work or whatever. They're also trying to get the Caltrans people to show up to that meeting also. So the public is invited. If you'd like to hear about that, I think it would be a great meeting for you to come to and get some information. We also may have the report from Dr. Neroso of Cal Poly on the study that he did for the northern part of our community. In other words, he did, if you will remember, he did the study for Lodge Hill, which included Marine Terrace, and gave the results at our preparedness day back in, I think it was May of last year. He has now finished the report on what it would take to evacuate, let's see, all the way from Lamert, all the way over to Pine Knolls and the entire town, okay, the commercial part of town, and getting that out. We're going to see if he can't come on the 8th and give that report prior to OES so that OES is up to speed on that also. So it's going to be a very good meeting. Please, public, you're very encouraged to attend that one. And that's basically our report for this month.
Thank you very much. Yes, Director Rice, you had a question?
Just to follow up on that, when I won't be able to attend that meeting on the 8th. At what time was that?
It's 3 p.m. till 5 p.m.
I won't be able to attend that day, but I'd like to have somebody raise the issue of evacuation signs. We have a lot of areas of town that have vacation rentals everywhere, and people need to know if there's a route that's a better route or an alternative route out of the neighborhood, of course. Obviously, there's not a lot of choice beyond once you get out of the neighborhood. But
well, another initiative that we've undertaken that may or may not come up during that meeting on the 8th is we've got a small subcommittee working on an alert system for the community. And this would be an AM radio station that would broadcast in the event of an emergency and tell people exactly where to go. We would also post signs throughout the neighborhood that would say, tune to whatever frequency we are able to get, and get information on how to evacuate and which way to evacuate and that kind of stuff. So that's still in its infant stages, but we're moving forward on that. So that's another thing that committee is doing. It's a very, very active group and a very strong group. I'm very proud to be a part of that group.
So once again, just a reminder, the meeting is on Wednesday, January 8th from 3 to 5 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Yes, and it's obviously something of interest to all members of this community. Yes, Vice President Steidel.
Thank you. Something else for consideration is pushing down that information to the real estate community and the property management communities so that they can incorporate as part of their contracting with anyone who comes into them that there is a pamphlet or a single sheet that talks to that kind of information that sensitizes them to it.
All right, thank you. Do we have a report from the San Simeon CSD meeting?
We actually do. San Simeon CSD met last week, slightly earlier than they usually meet, but I did get an update because when I arrived, they were having their holiday party. So I got a chance to see the presentation of Charlie Grace regarding the accomplishments of the SSCSD in 2019, which included an impressive number of things, actually, including a $500,000 grant, a $167,000 grant, remodeling and upgrading the district office, updating all of their policies and procedures, an update of their capacity fee, a successful Prop 218 process. They do have a couple of new board members. They replaced all of their hotel water meters. They added a recycle bin at the Pico stairs. They got a CDP for the riprap project that they had needed to undertake due to an enforcement issue with Coastal, and they have a new district website. It's an amazing list of things that they've gotten accomplished in 1 year, and I look forward to continuing to work with them. I have a brief report about the Coastal Commission, too.
All right, well, let's hear that right now then. Thank you.
I did not attend this month, but I did watch it because, you know me, I'm a government groupie. I like watching these meetings. I find them interesting. And just two quick things to report. They did elect a new chairperson who's going to be Steve Padilla, and the new vice chairperson is Donna Brownsey, who I'm the only one remaining that was at a meeting that was set up by Dean Flores between Jerry Gruber, at the time Vice President Sanders, myself, and Donna Brownsey when they were here in Cambria last time. And so, fortunately, that was a good discussion, and that's the new vice chair for the Coastal Commission. Also, the deputy director at the Santa Cruz office, which is the office that deals with permits related to this area, is on paternity leave. He had a new son recently, and so I just want to congratulate him. I hope that Dan Carl's doing well with his new son. And the other thing is an initiative that is not didn't come out of Coastal Commission, but Coastal Commission promotes every year, which is the King Tides. So the King Tides they're going to be happening in January and February, and what the King Tides are is it's the most extreme high and low tides of the year. And the reason this project happens every year is the organizers are looking for people all up and down the coast to take pictures at the very, very high tide, very, very low tide, to kind of give us some idea with sea level rise what kinds of things we might be able to begin to expect. And the dates for those, I can't tell you the times of the high and low tides, you'll have to check a tide chart yourself, but the dates for the King Tides are January 10th through the 12th and February 8th and 9th. And if you're a photographer and would like to go down and take pictures of the coast and how high the waves are, how low the waves are on that day, you can provide them to the King Tides website. If you stick that into Google, you will probably show up with the California King Tides website right away. So I just encourage folks, especially if you're a photographer and would like to submit, it's good for the records. They've been doing this every year for, at least 5 or 6 years. So I'd just like to encourage everybody to participate in that. And that completes my report.
Thank you. I don't see Ms. Bettenhausen in the audience, but she probably knows all about that anyway. Thank you. Yes, Vice President Stidel.
That last item caught my interest also, and I did see the notification that they had put out, and actually put something out on Nextdoor either yesterday or this morning, I can't remember now, about that on the chance that would be of interest to photographers. And for 2 points of reference, the website that you can get some additional information from is King Tides at coastal.ca.gov, and the other access point electronically to get some additional information about King Tides and what's going on is www.coastal.ca.gov/King Tides/. So either of those will give you some more points of access for information about the King Tides.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And just, of course, once again, another reminder how blessed we are to live here, to be able to just go out and look at the ocean, take a walk, or whatever, any day of the year. All right, moving on with regard to liaison reports. I think there's only 2 left, and I believe that's me, unless somebody can remind me of another one. So first off, a report from Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. And they had one really major announcement at this last meeting. But first, I want to talk about the fact that Carlos Mendoza from Facilities and Resources, they did some major tree planting on the ranch. And that was not just with Carlos, but many volunteers that helped out. And I believe that it was at the end of the month. So that's a good thing. Also, there's an absence now of homeless encampments that Director Rice referenced earlier, and that's an unfortunate thing that the homeless encampments still have to exist, and the homeless still have to exist, but that problem, at least for this point in time, has been, I'm not going to say resolved, but it's not needing to be dealt with at this moment. The Songs of the Season event was a big success. It was sold out. Everybody had a good time. The helipad that I reported on last month, in other words, a helicopter being able to land on the ranch in a fire emergency, that has been dismissed due to the terms of the conservation easement. The Eroica bicycle event that took place last year on the East Ranch, that's probably not going to happen again this year, once again due to the conservation easement. There are docent walks and trail activities, brought in a lot of attendees and volunteers. But probably the most important thing, and so we all know, it was announced at our meeting last week, that Executive Director Joellen Butler is resigning after 20 years of serving in that capacity at Friends of the FFRP, Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. But when I described to you this new Executive Director, her name is Kitty Connolly. She has served in a high-level executive position with the Huntington Library Museum and the Botanical Gardens in Pasadena. She's most recently served as the executive director at the Theodore Payne Foundation. She's moving to Cambria right now as we speak. Her husband will be joining her later this year, I believe, when he retires from the faculty of Cal Poly Pomona. And she's going to be welcomed to this community with open arms, and I believe she takes over on January the 2nd. And, of course, we'll be doing something here probably on January 16th, a little bit of a proclamation of appreciation for Joellen Butler. And that's what I have to report from FFRP. With regard to the Forest Ranch Committee, we had someone who is first time seen because he just arrived here about a month ago. At this point in time, from Southern California, his name is Gregory Randall, and he knew about Cambria, and he's been looking forward to moving here. He's an urban wildlife ecologist and education specialist, and he's going to be attending not just the Forest Committee meetings, but probably attending other meetings where he can offer his expertise as well. So we welcome him to the community. There was also a discussion of Once again, trees being cut down without a county permit. This has been a problem for as long as I can remember. People cut them down, now they get a fine, they don't worry about it. We also discussed how new construction, even if people aren't conscious of it, how can it affect the health of trees? You put in a driveway, you don't realize it affects the root system of a tree, and then 5 years later, God, the tree's dying. I wonder why that happened. So these are, and the health of other vegetation. This is a topic of concern. We also, once again, discussed the fuel reduction project that took place on the Fiscalini Ranch, what guidelines took place, and I believe James Allen, who I believe has been hired by Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch, he's going to be coming down and doing our report on what took place with regard to fuel reduction, which was a major endeavor by CAL FIRE and the folks that they hired. We'll see what the results are from there. There was a discussion about involvement with the California Coastal Conservancy, not the California Coastal Commission, but the Conservancy, which is with regard to care and feeding of the forests that exist close to the coast. There was also a discussion about the California Forest Management Task Force, and maybe having Mr. Keith Gillis as a prospective speaker in the future. Also, Andrea from Green Space, the new executive director of Green Space, she talked about the wildlife-urban interface and how many tourists come to California, especially along the coast, and including, of course, here in Cambria, and the impact that has on the forested areas. And finally, just want to mention, sales have increased on the invasive weed guide. And if you want to check it out over at the library, it's free to check out there. It's very colorful. It was put together with our own Christine Heinrich. And it's kind of a cool gift in the sense that there's a lot of nice photos in this book, and it would help you identify even things that are attractive, but they're still invasive weeds, and what you could do to remove them, because they probably do more harm than good. So that's, I believe, the final report with regard to liaison reports. Moving on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any comments with regard to the consent agenda? Anybody on the board? Anybody on staff? Seeing none, I'm just going to make a brief comment with regard to the expenditure report. Expenditure report for the, since it's listed SWF, the Sustainable Water Facility, and expenditures for operations and capital were just over $42,000. There were 2 permit fees paid to the State Water Resources Control Board, around $21,000, and professional, in other words, legal fees of just over $18,000. So that's the consent agenda. Moving on now to item, excuse me, yes.
I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Oh, that's right. My apologies. Second day on the job. Ms. Madrid, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
President Farmer?
It's no problem. I'd stumble over my name too after what I just did. So thank you. It passes 5-0, and I want to thank the 2 previous presidents of this board to make sure that are making sure that I'm doing my job as the best I can. Thank you, David. Thank you, Amanda. Moving on to, all right, I was going to ask, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to item 7A, hearings and appeals. So we'll be back by the clock on the wall in the back, 4 o'clock, so let's take 10 minutes. Thank you. AGP, we back in, oh, that's good, thank you. Cool. All right, thank you very much. And in case you're wondering, while everybody's a little bit unsettled here, we actually had cookies and coffee in the back there, a little bit of cake. And so getting back at exactly 4 o'clock was problematic. So moving on the agenda here, and we're now at item 7A, hearings and appeals. And Chief Hollingsworth, up to the microphone.
Thank you, President Farmer, for letting us be back here today. I've asked AGP to go ahead and put this up. At your discretion, I can review this again. For the sake of saving time, I did, I believe, a thorough review of this last time, and I don't really want to go through it unless you absolutely need to, in which case I'm more than happy to do it. However, I do want to clarify one thing for you and for the community as in general. I have a really bad habit of going back and listening to myself on tape. And it's horrible. Don't ever do that. But in doing so, I realized that I believe I misspoke when I presented something this last time, and I just wanted to clarify it for you and the community. One of the things we're adopting in our local ordinance is the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, which is this document right here. And I believe in the discussion last time, I said that there is a fire hazard severity zone map that is generated by the state of California, CAL FIRE, cooperatively with the state fire marshal, that identifies where you are and what kind of exposure you are in regards to fire severity. And we are an intermix of high and very high. And I believe at the last meeting I said that we're just going to eliminate that and we're just going to say everything is very high. And I want to categorically say that was wrong. I did not mean it that way. That wasn't the intention. So I just want to clarify that. I don't have the authority to do that, and it wouldn't be good for the community. What I do have the authority to do, and what we are already doing, is limiting how we apply the restrictions that are in this code for building regulations. So if you go to specifically Chapter 5, it talks about what's required in regards to what kind of siding is allowed, what kind of roofing material is allowed, screens on vents, all the kind of stuff that is applied to wildland urban interface like Cambria. That being said, there's 3 different breakdowns on what that is. Historically, over the last number of years, we always apply, regardless if it says high or very high, we always apply the most restrictive. And so rather than allowing there to be any confusion, when I said we're eliminating that, we're eliminating not that map, we're eliminating the other 2 components of what's in the WUI code. So there's no more confusion about which component of the building construction limitation is allowed. So this cleans that up, but we're still applying it the same exact way we have for the last number of years. It just cleans the process up. And in fact, one of the concerns, I had a couple of community members reach out and say, oh my God, this is going to be horrible. We're going to lose our fire insurance and all that kind of stuff. Well, actually the exact opposite is true. So the adoption of this code and sub-clarification of those documents enhances the community's safety rating. So all of those things are considered when insurance ISO comes through and creates their numbers, which a lot of insurance companies base their availability on in regards to whether they're going to underwrite a property. So the cleanup of this is going to actually help that process. It's not going to change whether or not the insurance companies choose to arbitrarily drop someone or whatever methodology they use. We have some insurances that have in fact dropped. I'm sure there's people in this room that have had to deal with that problem. There are other insurance companies out there that are actually giving people in Cambria a benefit and a reduction because we are doing so much work in the community. We're getting registered as a Firewise community. So why insurance A does one and insurance B does another, I can't say. But I wanted to clarify what I misspoke and make sure it was thoroughly clear and make sure that everybody knew that we're not arbitrarily rewriting some kind of a map. So I'm available to answer any questions you have, and let's go from there.
Well, do we have any questions here from the board? Any members of the board? Yes, Director Rice.
Do you know, I know we recently had the ISO rating revised or whatever, I don't know the terminology, but are we on a regular rotationary schedule of a X number of years or something?
They typically do that anywhere from 2 to 5 years out. It changes a little bit. We had it done about 2 years ago.
Okay.
And we got upgraded to what's called a 4-4X category, which is better than we had been in the past. They measure everything from apparatus, equipment, age of those things, personnel, number of people, water infrastructure, hydrants, all of that kind of stuff. So there are things that we could do fundamentally within the community to increase our ISO rating, which in turn would have a reductive effect on cost of insurance. But those are some pretty big commitments from the CCSD to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that Director Pearson is intimately involved with fire. So do you have any questions or comments for the chief?
No, only that we have made a request to the County Fire Safe Council to see if we could get some insurance people to come and meet with us here in Cambria and talk about insurance and why they're doing what they're doing. So we're going to see if we can't get that done.
Well, I would just add this, Chief, just to piggyback on what Director Pearson said, that I think most folks, I know, like I said before, realtors and other folks in the community have been telling me about insurance being canceled. And for you now to state, because of the hard work that you and others have done, that actually isn't the case anymore, and that other insurance companies are seeing this maybe as not necessarily an advantage to have customers here, but that it's not the problem that we would have anticipated. That's really good news.
Well, I don't want to mislead anybody. The adoption of a more strict local ordinance is going to benefit the entire community, not only in fire safety, but in insurance potential costs. However, there are and will still be insurance companies that choose to drop people in this community because of how they're looking at what they're underwriting. And the more fires that are large-scale fires that are setting records in this state, when you're talking about burning 200,000 plus acres somewhere, or a whole town like Paradise disappears, that's when there's somewhat of a reactionary response on some companies. And you will find that that's the case. We typically, after those big fires, is when I have an onslaught of phone calls at the fire station from a carrier saying, I need to know information from address 1234 Main Street. Tell me about your department. Tell me how close your hydrant is. Tell me what kind of water system you have, because those are all numbers that they plug into some kind of formulary as to whether or not they're going to continue that service.
All right. Well, thank you, Chief. Seeing no further discussion, I just want to touch base with legal counsel. Since it's the adoption of an ordinance, do we have to do any type of vote here on the board?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
What you should do is move to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 6.04 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code and adopting and amending the 2019 edition of the California Fire Code, the 2018 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, and the 2018 National Fire Protection Association Standard 1144, and waive further reading.
Mr. Carmel, thank you so much. Would anyone like to make a motion to do that very same?
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment?
No public comment, no. All right, so thank you. Thank you, all three of you.
We need
We can
to
take
vote.
a vote.
Oh,
I understand that. Ms. Madrid?
Sorry.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye.
Thank you for your work on this, Chief.
Chief, thank you so much, by the way, and happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. If I could close with one quick thing, just so you understand where we are, because we are in a services district, and this is an unincorporated area. There is another level to this. This is now going to go before the County Board of Supervisors. I've already been in contact with Lisa Howell, the administrative analyst for the county. I've given them copies of all of the documentation because they have to review it not only at their level, but county planning, but then also county fire, and then the county fire chief. And all of us have already been in constant communication over this, but they all have to be on board as well. And then this is actually going to be brought before the Board of Supervisors in the beginning of January. And as soon as that's implemented, then it'll become law here in town.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on to item 8 and regular business. And we discussed earlier moving items 8C and 8E to the beginning of regular business. So let's do that right now. And item 8C is discussion, consideration, and approval of purchase of a Vector truck. And I believe we have an update on what we would have had here. So Chief Plant Operator John Alchin, please step to the microphone. Oh, actually, pardon me. I should have General Manager Weigold introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 8C, supplemental staff report related to the discussion and consideration of approval of purchase of a used 2018 combination Vector truck and approval of resolution 49-2019 to finance the purchase. We had a couple of developments since we first posted this agenda item last Saturday. Actually, three things happened. One of the vendors came back to us and was willing to match the used price of a 2018 vehicle with a brand new 2019 vehicle. They were going to extend the warranty on the vehicle from 1 to 2 years for the new vehicle and extend a warranty on the tanks on that new vehicle for 10 years. And then they agreed to extend a turn-in of our old vehicle for $7,300. When we went back to the used 2018 model vendor, he also agreed to a turn-in item or turn-in trade for $7,300. And then today, about an hour before the meeting, increased that to $8,000, but without the warranty issues. So staff's recommending to the board today, per the supplemental staff report, is to approve the purchase of the new 2019 combination vacuum truck from Municipal Maintenance Equipment at a cost of $374,856,000 plus applicable DMV fees per the attached quote. We're also recommending that you approve Resolution 49-2019 authorizing the execution and delivery of an installment sale agreement with the Municipal Finance Corporation to finance that purchase over 5 years at an annual percentage rate of 3.1%, in authorizing and directing certain actions in connection with the acquisition of that Vector truck. And then third, staff is recommending that the Board of Directors authorize me, the General Manager, to enter in an agreement with the Municipal Maintenance Equipment. And I'll have John Alchin come to the mic to talk about any other issues and questions that you may have.
So a little clarification, if you would, please. Thank you for having me back up. The Nixon Egley truck did come with a warranty. It's a full factory warranty. The truck was a demo model, not considered really a used. It is a used vehicle, but it is a demonstration model. It comes with 12,000 miles on it from moving up and down the state. So it is a 1 year older truck, but it comes with a full factory warranty. The MME also comes with a factory warranty. So, and they're priced at about the same. And I don't care which one I get. Give me one. So do you have any questions?
Yes, Vice President Stidel.
I just wanted to confirm, we're talking basically off the shelf by going with a brand new vehicle. That doesn't mean we wait another 6 months while they make it?
So both of these trucks are available immediately. The MME model, this particular truck was ordered by a Bay Area city, and they have put it off for a period of, I believe, 4 or 5 more months. So it gives them enough time to build a 2020 version And so they've made this available to us immediately. They're both available immediately.
And one's coming out of the Bay Area and the other one's coming
They're,
from...
so yes, they're both going to be coming from, somewhere, but it doesn't really, they're both relatively new trucks.
Okay.
Sure. So, John, I believe what you said, obviously one was like a demonstration model, so it has a few miles on it.
That is correct.
The one that we'd be purchasing new, since the city made a down payment on that vehicle, that would be kind of passed forward to us in our purchase of the vehicle, right? So it cost us a little bit less?
No. No, we're buying the new vehicle.
Oh, okay, so I misunderstood then.
Yeah, no. Their payments, their vehicle, they'll have to pay full price for when it arrives and when they take possession. It's just like us. We have to pay for it. We have to secure financing and pay for it in advance before taking possession.
All right. I believe Director Rice, yes, General Manager Weigel.
Mr. President, I also wanted to ask the finance manager to address the financing and an option for the board to consider as well.
Thank you. Ms. Duffield.
Did you want to talk about it now or take Director Rice's question for Mr. Weigel? Was it about that? Okay. So for the financing, the quote that we received is for municipal finance. So if you recall, we had this discussion about a year ago when we were considering purchasing the Vector truck before, and then at that point it couldn't be put in the budget. And we had an interest rate of like 4.1% at that point, and the truck was a little bit higher cost. I think we were estimating it was going to be around $450,000. So when I had municipal finance give us a revised quote with a new dollar amount and give us current interest rates, the interest rate has come down to 3.1%, as Mr. Weigel has mentioned. So that's a little bit better in our end of the life payoff. So the other option we had thought of as staff, we discussed, is in the current budget, well, part of the quarterly report that you're going to hear in a little while, is we have $95,000 earmarked for the Vector truck, a debt service payment for this fiscal year. If we finance through municipal finance, we do not have to pay our first debt service payment until 1 year from the date of financing. So that's roughly December of 2020, we would be making the first debt service payment, and that would be in the next fiscal year. So we wanted you to explore the option as the board if you wanted us to make a down payment of, rounded off to $300,000, pay the full $95,000 that we have sitting there currently in the budget to reduce our annual debt service a little bit. So we just kind of wanted to bring that up and give you an option. You're not obligated to do so. We can simply go with the installment agreement as it's presented to you, or you have the option to make a change and we could just have that amended. I'm sure Mr. Carmel could amend it for us if you make another decision.
Director Pearson.
First, personally, I would like to see us take that $95,000 and be ready to apply that to other items that are on your list. And at 3.1%, the difference that we're going to end up paying in the long run is
$9,000.
Thank you. Nothing like a finance committee chairperson, right? They're right on top of that. So,
and our payment would be reduced to around $10,000 a year if we finance $300,000 versus $375,000.
Right. So I think that $95,000 can be put in reserve, and we can then use that to work on some of the ECMs that PG&E comes back with and get moving on those projects even quicker than we thought we could. So that would be my recommendation, at least.
And that would be my recommendation also, and that was almost word for word what I was going to suggest in terms of my position.
Director Rice, you had another comment?
I'm a bit more toward the other. I could be convinced to take the position already taken by the two directors, but I was thinking that if we didn't apply it as a down payment to reduce the annual payment, perhaps what we could do is even if it's not the entire amount that we had budgeted, set it aside so next time we don't have to get a loan when we need to replace this one. Because we haven't ever taken that approach with vehicles where we have essentially what some people would call a sinking fund or a fund for replacement of that equipment. So I just wanted to raise it. Maybe this item isn't the thing to start it on, but it is something we should definitely be looking at. We should be setting money aside for the fire department to get a new engine because theirs will wear out. And replacing this equipment, anything that's a high cost, seems like, especially things that we need for the district to be able to operate appropriately that our staff are telling us we need. So that's the argument on the other side, but I could be convinced either way.
Well, then let me just ask Mr. Alchin, since we had this, the Vector truck that has since gone to Vector truck heaven, or at least parted out, so to speak, what is the usual lifespan of a Vector truck that's going to be used in a population of 6,000 people?
That's a pretty tough call. The fact that we are so close to the ocean causes everything to rust a little prematurely. But I think that as far as saving money for a Vector truck, there's no reason for this truck to not last a minimum of 10 years. You've got a payoff period through municipal finance of 5 years. If you continue to make those same payments into a fund after that 5-year period is complete, in 5 years you will have had the same amount of money saved up. And the
Bingo.
and the $95,000 could be used because our very first ECM through the PG&E program is for the installation of a receiving switch for the MCC, and we're not going to be able to finance that quick enough, and that's going to be necessary to bring PG&E's clean to power in. So this could be used there.
Thank you. So do we have any further discussion on this item? No. Well, seeing none, and unfortunately the paperwork isn't in front of me right now. I have the old 8C agenda item.
I've got it.
I think it's still that one resolution that we have to adopt.
Well,
Is
see
that,
here, it
is that
says-
correct, Mr. Carmel?
Does it have a different number since this is for the used 2018? Would the resolution still remain the same? We just change the verbiage?
It's Resolution 49, 2019.
Okay. So would anyone wish to make a motion to approve the purchase of this truck?
Well, the actual subject description, though, is for a used 2018 combination truck.
But the
So-
description is, yeah.
So how would, perhaps, Mr. Carmel, you could once again just kind of restate what this item is, and then we could ask for a motion to approve that, if you don't mind.
No,
It
that's
might be
fine.
easy, it's going to be easier for you than myself, I know that.
There are 3 actions required for this item. So the first would be to approve the purchase of the new 2019 combination vacuum truck from municipal maintenance equipment at the cost of $374,856 plus applicable DMV fees per the attached quote.
All right, so.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, so we should now take a vote on this first one,
Let's
right?
do them separately.
Wait, I'm sorry, I have a clarifying question before we vote. You said the trade allowance of $7,300 on the prior Vector, we'll need to take an action if we're going to do that, since it would be getting rid of equipment, or no?
I'm sorry, I was talking to the finance officer.
That's okay. I was just asking, because we just approved something on consent about selling vehicles. Do we need to approve something about selling the old Vector as the trade-in? This letter that just came in about the 70 or the $8,000 or whatever it is that Mr. Weigold was referring to?
We haven't surplused it yet. We'll have to do it separately. We haven't surplused it yet.
Right. Is the 374 include the 8,000 off for the Vector truck? It's kind of part of the, right. I think they said they raised it to $8,000.
Yes, Mr. Carmel.
Well, we're trading the truck in, so I don't think you need to surplus it.
Thank Thank you.
And then that amount is, this amount, the 374,856, incorporates that trade-in amount? No, it doesn't. So this amount needs to be changed to an amount that's,
So my thinking is that they gave us a quote for $374,000 and change, but it does not include DMV fees, which could be several $1,000s. So once they put the trade-in value, reduce our price, charge us for the DMV fees, that is the price out the door that we would be financing. The installment sale agreement with municipal finance says approximately $375,000. So at the time when we have our exact number, they will update that Exhibit A schedule attached to the resolution to record the check that they cut to the vendor.
okay, I appreciate those clarifications. I'm okay to vote now. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
All right. So does everybody understand the motion, or do we need to have it restated by council? Everybody's okay? So would anyone like make a motion to approve this item?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Second day on the job. Ms. Madrid, would you call the roll, please?
I've started.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. Now, you said we needed another two motions,
Just two more.
Council.
The second would be to adopt Resolution 49, 2019, authorizing the execution and delivery of an installment sale agreement with Municipal Finance Corporation to finance the purchase over 5 years at an annual interest rate of 3.10%, and authorizing and directing certain actions in connection with the acquisition of the Vector truck.
So
Thank-
moved.
Yes, got
And
that
we
one.
have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call again, please.
As soon as she gets the motion in.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. And I'm sorry to have rushed you there, Ms. Madrid, when you're trying to type and asking questions at the same time. So my apologies.
I move that we authorize the general manager to enter into an agreement with municipal maintenance equipment.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Ms. Madrid?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. I believe we're done with this item, but I just want to ask John a question. When this particular happening just kind of came out of the blue, after all the, how can we say it, the challenges that your staff has faced over the years, and it just seems, it's kind of like a snowball, or I don't know, that's not a proper metaphor, but how bit more problematic it's been operating this particular piece of equipment for so long. I mean, you guys, you love it, but then it's like a love-hate relationship, you know what I mean? So yeah, they're intimate with it, right. What's the mood like among your staff, knowing that you're going to have this new piece of equipment delivered like almost immediately? I hesitate to say it's a Christmas present, but then again it is. How's everybody feeling over there?
Everybody is very pleased. We've been fighting with that old truck for quite some time, and as you know, it's about a 2-for-1. We'll get about 2 hours in the field, and we have to spend 1 hour of maintenance. And that's usually in days, not hours. But they're very excited, and they're looking forward to firing this thing up, and they've already got projects in wait. They're ready to rumble.
Cool. That's about the only thing we really want fired up around here, considering the circumstances. But thank you so much, John.
President Farmer?
Yes.
If I just might, there seems like there was a consensus to kind of go with the suggestion that once we finish making payments to municipal finance, we continue budgetarily to set money aside in that same amount going forward. I just wanted to note that was part of the discussion for the Finance Committee Chair, and as we go forward, maybe that's something that the board would consider, whether or not we have the money to do something like that.
All right. Well, I think I'll just speak for Vice President Stidel. I'm sure she'll keep that in her bonnet, as will our finance officer. Thank you.
No.
Did you wish to speak, Vice President?
No, I do. I would like to add one more thing.
Oh.
General Manager, could you please, at our next board meeting, have the truck in the parking lot so that we could check it out?
Yeah.
Maybe an hour before so that we could see
Absolutely.
it and look it over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, to see that baby in the parade next year would be really cool.
So, Mr. President, one other question, just so I'm clear. So, as it relates to using the budgeted amount we have set aside, I think the consensus is not to use that and hold that for use in some of these other deferred maintenance issues we have in and around wastewater and water.
Right, I believe that was the understanding. Thank you.
Okay, just want to confirm. Thank you.
Right. All right.
President Farmer?
Yes, Vice President Stidel.
In terms of the suggestion that Director Rice had made regarding the idea of continuing to make contribution, I think it's an excellent idea for consideration anytime we have run the range of a payout, any kind of installment plan that we have going to take the opportunity to think for a few minutes and see if it'd be smart to be considering doing that.
Thank you. So I believe this ends the discussion on this item and the approval of it. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item, which is 8E, and discussion and consideration, because we changed things around. Discussion and consideration to approve PG&E investment grade audit, IGA and master service agreement, and receive recommendation from the Resources and Infrastructure Committee. I probably should have just handed that off to the general manager, but before we do that, we have two requests to speak on this item.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I think you were, I have a note in here that you wanted to move to 8D.
8E.
8E, so I misunderstood.
Yeah, the two items that involve Mr. Alchin, so he wouldn't have to stick around any longer. And these are both important ones, so not that the others aren't. So, like I said, we have two requests to speak on item 8E, and the first is Christine Heinrich.
Thank you. In a college class I took back in the day in advertising, the professor talked about the influence of advertising, especially in a corporate environment. If you recommend buying IBM, no matter how badly things go, no matter how screwed up the project gets, you won't lose your job. You just say to the boss, "Hey, I bought IBM." It's an obstacle that any smaller company has to overcome. For the person who recommends going with a smaller or different or less well-known company, if anything goes wrong, as things always do in complicated projects, the person who thought it was a good idea is on the line. I feel Cambria is in that position with regard to these important upgrades. Of course Cambria needs them and needs to get the best value. However, we are in a different position with PG&E. This company is under legal scrutiny for many failures over the past few years and is presently trying to negotiate bankruptcy. They are wrangling with the governor over whether the company can be taken over if they continue their intransigent actions of the past. Maybe PG&E is going to be forced to be a better actor in future, and this will all work out fine. I recognize the challenges of starting over with another company. Nevertheless, I strongly urge the board not to partner with PG&E. We don't have to use the ironic phrase, "What could possibly go wrong?" We know what this company is. Don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next request to speak is Mr. Crosby Swartz.
Good afternoon, President Farmer, members of the board, and staff. I have two comments I'd like to make. First is having to do with the cost obligation of the investment grade audit. As stated in the agenda package, $688,000. $444, with $160,000 being paid as a deposit and the balance being paid later. Now, as it's stated, if the CCSD decides not to go forward with any of these projects, the balance of $528,404 would be due within 90 days. And then the statement is made, if they do go forward, it can be rolled into the construction phases. Well, exactly what the terms are of any financing that would be any construction financing, hopefully you can pay this $528,000 out of the proceeds of that, or some part of it, but you still are obligated to pay that amount. As soon as you give them the go-ahead, you're obligated to pay the full amount, one way or another. So I think you need to take that into account and make sure that it's appropriately budgeted. On the other issue is having to do with the projected cost to completion of these different projects. The estimated cost for the original 12 items was around $17 million, as I recall. And there is no cost estimates given for the added items or the modified items. I've heard that it's somewhere in the vicinity of an additional $5 million, but that seems possibly low, because one of the major items that's included here are the lift station replacements. In the original proposal, there were 2 lift stations scheduled for replacement for a cost of, I believe, $4 million. And then in the modifications, they're considering adding 4 more lift stations, which, I mean, you can do the math, it's millions more. And so I'm not sure that additional $5 million correctly reflects the cost of replacing 6 lift stations. So there's information missing here about what the ultimate cost could be, and you just need to take that into account as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps we'll get some clarification on your concerns from either our finance officer, or Mr. Alchin, or our general manager. We also have one other request to speak on this item, Hank Kruchek from San Simeon.
The timing looks good here for some opportunities over the next year relative to your improvements and potentially, your processing San Simeon wastewater. But my suggestion in this particular proposal is to make it clear that you look at capacity as well. The 30% design specifically in this work statement, I don't see where it talks about how any capacities are impacted as a specific requirement of the study or design. And I think that would be valuable to have, because it's going to be one of the classic counter arguments to doing this, besides the obvious political and other business interests that are going to be involved here, is somebody's going to say, well, we don't have the capacity to do this. We represent maybe 5% of your annual capacity, but unless you have some numbers, people are just going to, send up little flares once in a while to say, oh, we can't do it because we don't have the capacity. So what I'm suggesting is you add that as a requirement to the entire design package, that each one of these areas, there's an assessment made, which is quick to do, of any capacity impacts of the 30% design or the improvements, because many of these things will increase the capacity. Even though I know there's a permit limits, it's actually about processing capacities of each of these components, so you see where the weak link is in this chain, for example. That's it.
Well, thank you, Hank, for coming down from San Simeon. Thanks for participating in our meeting today. All right, we're finished with public comment on this item, and I'd like to hand this over to our General Manager, Mr. Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, on agenda number 8E, discussion and consideration to approve PG&E investment grade audit and master service agreement, and receive recommendation from the Resources and Infrastructure Committee. Staff is recommending the Board of Directors approve the PG&E investment grade audit proposal, master service agreement, and investment grade audit work order. So as you recall, in July when I came on board, we were right at the cusp of approving PG&E, and based on some meetings I had across the county, they recommended I have additional conversations with some other entities and organizations that competed with PG&E. As you all know, the whole impact of this program is based on energy savings. You replace equipment that is more efficient and basically pay that through the savings you have over its life. So while a lot of this cost looks big, a lot of this is pays for itself. That's the essence of the program. So we looked at a couple of different programs, including, as Karen Dean had discussed earlier, we assessed Jacobs Engineering and
Johnson Controls
over several months. We had long meetings with all of them to understand the differences in the way they approach these projects. And the R&I committee assessed that PG&E was the way to go in this instance for a variety of reasons, and I'll let them discuss those. But basically, we've already spent a lot of time with PG&E. They've done things on their own schedule, and they also, our number one issue right now, as I'll let John talk about, is our power coming into the wastewater plants. It's ungrounded, and we're burning out equipment every month. We're having to pay for that out of pocket. So if we went with in another direction, I don't know if John could put a dollar amount on it, but it's a lot of money. It's tens of thousands of dollars, likely a lot more, that we'd have to replace out of our own budget. And so that item alone makes it worthwhile to go forward with PG&E. And PG&E, we have a lot of projects to do. PG&E is still only handling a portion of all of our projects that need to be done to get our wastewater plant up to speed, as well as some of the other projects in water. And so this by no means is the end all. This I look at as phase one, because we have a lot of other issues to address. We just don't have the budget there. As far as PG&E's status, they're a general contractor. So while they oversee the entire project, they subcontract out virtually everything, from engineering to installation. And we get, through the PG&E program, we get to choose the types of equipment and the vendors. We get a say in that matter. Some of the other programs, you don't have that liberty. As far as capacity, John, do you want to address that for the San Simeon?
So the state sets the capacity for the facility, so we can't exceed what our permit. We'd have to apply for a different permit to change the capacity of our facility. But he is correct. Depending upon the type of process that you're using, you can handle a little more flow. It's hydraulics that we're mostly concerned with. Also BOD, but it's still, at this time, we can handle everything they have. We don't have a problem with any connections. Down the road, we might have to visit something, but we're talking years down the road. So at this time, we can easily handle any additional flow that San Simeon can bring in. There's more to that than meets the eye. That's a DACA, disadvantaged community. That brings in the ability for us to qualify for grants. That's probably one of the most important things, because that would bring the combined income, because we're really close. The combined income would be closer to us qualifying for grants. Right now, we're just a cash out. Back to the information about what it cost us for power issues at the facility and in the collection system. It does. We had one event that immediately over the weekend cost us over $34,000 about a year and a half ago. Last week we ended up with, we had a power fluctuation that blew out some circuitry, and that was in addition to the cost of the materials. We had people on site, and we're paying overtime for that, and then contractors to come in and back that up. So there's a big advantage to us getting this cleaned up. As far as the PG&E thing is concerned, right now all we're looking at is the $688,000 and $688,404 with the initial payment of $160,000. Once we get firm, fixed amounts, we can decide on where to move from there. We should be able to receive firm amounts within, we've been told for some of these projects on this project, within 30 days of you guys saying okay, or I'm sorry, from within 30 days of our initial meeting, when they bring the engineers in and PG&E and we sit down with personnel, within 30 days we should have our first 30% design and be able to apply for a permit to get our transformer replaced, and we'll need that design before we can do that. Any other questions?
I just want to add, John, that
Sure.
That's one of the things that PG&E that's the initial offer, and they're doing that for free.
Correct.
Which would then allow us to, hopefully in a very quick speed, upgrade the motor control center.
So that is not going to be quick. We can only move as fast as we can. With the development of the PSPSs that the state is now living with, what was a year ago when we started this, a 4 to 6 week waiting period is now moved out to maybe upwards of a year. So we need to get that done immediately.
All right. Perhaps, I know you've given us plenty of information here, but I believe that we should probably have Ms. Dean from the R&I committee get up and just kind of give the results from their discussion. Karen? Thank you. Thank you, John.
I think he's probably covered a lot of it, but one of the things that we're looking at that PG&E will allow us to do is to have our own project supervisor of our choice. So we can choose who we want to oversee this whole situation, and I believe John has someone in mind already to oversee all of this. They'll also be putting a construction trailer on site with a, what do you call him? The construction manager, thank you. With a construction manager there. One of the benefits of having PG&E do this is we don't have to take the lowest bid on a piece of equipment, a pump or a motor or whatever. We get to choose the quality and the model and the make of what we want to use, for these upgrades. Like John said, we now have a year waiting period before they can correct our incoming power. So if we went with another company, we would have to go through this whole process all over again. Take 6 to 8 months before we can put in the application to get the incoming power from PG&E, whereas PG&E is willing to do that particular ECM first and let us pull that out and do the applications for the incoming power. And like I said before, PG&E has invested many years in this community and working this all out. PG&E is not the people who is actually going to do these construction projects. As John said, they're the general contractor. They will work with the engineers and the contractors to get the projects priced out and together, and we will end up with a 30% design build plan that belongs to us, that once we get all of this, we can take individual projects if we want someone else to do them. We'll have the plans already in hand that belong to us to go get bids with. So we're not tied in with them to do every single item on that list, but as long as we do some of them, the remaining money gets rolled over into the projects that we do. But we definitely need PG&E for the incoming power and for the equipment that incoming power connects to. President Farmer was the chair of our committee at the time that we attended all three of these presentations from the different companies. And I think that PG&E is willing to bend over backwards to do things to our satisfaction. And we have decided among the committee that this would probably be our best option, and we recommend that you go with PG&E. We are also very impressed, by the way, with Jacobs Engineering as far as their ability for data collection and things to do with the water department. So we haven't kept them off the table. We're looking at them in the future once we get some of these PG&E IGA projects taken care of. Anyway, so the R&I committee recommends that the board approve this contract with PG&E.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Yes, Director Pearson.
Okay, thank you, Karen. As I think I've stated before, I worked for a company that did this kind of work. We did over $250 million of it in our Virginia district. Don't be fooled. We're not going to pay for all of this stuff through energy savings. The energy savings will be pretty minor. We will also reap a lot of savings through what we call operational savings, which are not burning up pumps, not burning up SCADA panels, et cetera, et cetera. So there are some savings there that we are definitely going to realize, but I think that we need to not ignore those, but we need to minimize those. I'm glad that I've been keeping track of this all the way through, and it's nice that this is basically the same contract and same proposal that we looked at in July, so that it's not really foreign to us. I was a little bit concerned because of the late of getting all this information that especially Director Rice and Director Howell had not had a really good chance to go over it, okay? I'm going to vote yes on this because I think that we need to get moving on it. PG&E is going to use an engineer that is familiar with our plant. They're going to let us vet the contractors that they use if and when we decide to have them do the actual work. They're ahead of the game. And I'd also like to bring up that in order for us to apply for grants to get some of the work done in the future, we're going to need 30% drawings, which is what PG&E is going to give to us at the end of their 8 months here. And once we have those drawings, then we can tell the grant people we have engineering ready. We're shovel ready to get this job done. And that's going to make a big difference to the people who give grants and loans because you're ready to go. So those are the reasons that I'm going to vote yes on this one, and I hope the rest of you will too.
Director Howell, thank you, Director Pearson. Director Howell.
Let me start by saying that I'm very much in favor of this project, and I would like to be able to vote yes on it at this time. However, I will not vote yes on a contract that I have not thoroughly read. And I got this came at 11:30 this morning. I got back from Morro Bay at 12 o'clock from an errand. I've been halfway through it, so I'm sorry. I will have to vote no at this point. I would rather move that this be postponed until our next meeting when I'll have a chance to vote yes.
Can I possibly address that? I think you're talking about the agreement that I got this morning, too, that has 2 minor modifications in it. They should be on the dais, but I was going to read them into the record. Have you had a chance to see those 2 modifications?
Not yet, but I really don't like being pushed on this. I will not vote yes at this time. You know,
Okay.
I would very much like the board to consider postponing this for 3 weeks? Is that to our next meeting? I mean, I really like
It's
it.
actually, it's almost a month, yeah.
I'm not hearing that a month couldn't be lost on this. I'm sorry. I just will not until I've read it.
I think when you hear, had you read the
I read the original. I read the original
in the packet?
I read the original, and I read what was in the packet up to about halfway through. I have not read the work order, the real essence, which is the work order itself. I have not read, and that has changed since this was brought before us. So I'm sorry, I will not vote yes on this at this point. But I would like to actually move that this be postponed until our next meeting.
I'd vote no on that.
General Manager Weigel, you wanted to make a comment?
Yes, Mr. President, I was just going to point out that I made copies of the only changes that we had here. They're highlighted in front of you for each position, and Mr. Carmel is going to walk us through.
For the benefit of the board, let me just read through those two minor modifications in case there's a desire to move forward. Very simple, almost a clerical modification to the master service agreement. That's on page 8. The indemnification provision, that's paragraph 5. The end of the last sentence would now read, including but not limited to property of PG&E, customer, or any third party arising out of the acts or omissions of PG&E under this agreement, except those resulting from the negligence or misconduct of customer. The words "those resulting from," which would normally be there, were added. And the second one is it's a modification to the investment grade audit work order, section 1.3. The last sentence would now read, the contractor shall complete the services in approximately 8 months from the date of the notice to proceed, or NTP, described in the Exhibit A, scope of work herein. So I wanted those to be in the record in case you do move forward.
Thank you. Before we move forward with this item, I'm looking at the clock on the wall, and I believe we're going to have to extend this meeting. So can I hear a motion to extend this meeting since we have closed session, let's just say 6 o'clock?
I move to extend.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
I second.
All right. Could we have a quick roll call vote, Ms. Madrid?
Vice President Steidel?
Yes.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. Well, thank you, General Manager Weigold, and I believe I see...
Excuse me, President Farmer, I think there's a motion on the floor, and I would like to second it for further discussion of delaying.
I see
This item.
2 other people with their lights on right now. And I'm not disregarding what you're saying, but apparently, did you want to comment on what Director Howell said? Vice President Steidel?
I did read the changes that were happening in these instances, the 2, and they are minor. There's certainly nothing that would change the way in which this would be executed by any significant action, and all of the rest of it remains the same. So I don't have any issue with these changes. I agree that getting it at the last minute was difficult. How the timing in which it was received and trying to distribute that to us probably was part of it. But I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater because there's irritation about receiving something late. We were given very specific information to take a look at that tells us specifically what the changes were. The changes are not, they're not anything that are going to instrumentally affect what's happening with this contract, and I don't see any reason to push this off additionally.
I know we all have a motion on the floor. I just want to make this comment. Having attended all of the meetings that PG&E has been with, and that was the first one, I believe, at least, I believe it was 2.5 years ago. And Brett Patera came and made a presentation at that time at the old fire station. And it would seem like a month doesn't really mean that much, but we know that we've already been set further behind just in the past few months by not moving rapidly at that time. So, like I say, while a month doesn't seem like much, I think to postpone this motion another month for reconsideration probably wouldn't be a wise move. But we all, I think, appreciate Director Howell's, how could we say it, his minute attention to detail. So, thank you.
I would call the question.
I wanted to respond to something that was said. Let me be very clear. I am not by any means against this project. I've followed it and I thoroughly understand what's being asked. I have problems with some of the wording in the contract, and I'm not talking about the recent changes. And until I have read every single word of the contract, I'm not objecting to the project. Believe me, I will vote for it happily, but I will not vote for a contract for obligating this district on a contract that I have not read. Now, I'm sorry, I simply will not do that. I will read that contract from the first word to the last word and make sure I understand it. And if I haven't been given that opportunity, I will not vote for it, no matter how much I might approve of the objective. And I'm simply asking for more time so that I can read every word. And I will not object to that. I promise you, I will vote for it, provided that certain wording, that I can, at least my reservations can be explained if the wording is not changed. And since we haven't had an opportunity to do that, and I don't want to force you guys to sit here for another hour while I go through it, so I would really appreciate the option of, I would like to vote yes. I really want to go on record as voting yes, but I will not vote to obligate this district to a contract that I have not read from beginning to end. I'm not objecting to it. And as I said, I do not have any problem with the changes, but that's not what I was talking about.
All right. Well, thank you, Director Howell. Well, all lights are on from my viewpoint here, so let's start from right to left. And Director Rice.
I'd like to call the question on postponement before we have further discussions, so then we know whether we're going to postpone or not. Because if we're going to postpone, then...
Well, my comment is on postponing, so.
There you go.
Director Pearson.
As a courtesy to Director Howell, I think we owe it to him to postpone. Maybe we can schedule this for the 9th as a open session item, regular business, get that done, and then go into closed session for the GM review. That would speed it up some anyway.
Happy to do that.
Well, seeing that Director Howell is more in agreement with that arrangement, then could we have a motion to postpone this agenda item until the January 9th?
May I speak?
Yes, Vice President.
I was under the impression when you initiated that conversation that you had already read the contract. You said that you had read the contract.
I'd read an original contract which was presented it came before me in July. So, but that is not, there have been changes subsequent to that. And I was not necessarily happy with the wording at that time, but we weren't in the process of obligating the district at that time either. So that's the issue there.
So someone else might know better than myself, but Director Rice.
Director Howell made a motion and I seconded to postpone, and I agree to an amendment saying postpone till the 9th of January.
All right. Do we need that in slightly more defined language, Ms. Madrid? Are we okay with that?
I've got it.
Thank you. So if you would just, so we are voting on postponing the voting on this resolution until January 9th. So if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Steidel?
No.
President Farmer?
Well, as a courtesy to Director Howell, I'll vote aye since it's already a majority vote. And thank you, Don. And John, Mr. Alchin, did you wish to make a comment?
I'll see you on the 9th, I guess. I keep coming in here with this, and we're not getting anything done still. See you after the new year.
We'll be more efficient with our time and energy after this project goes forward, I'm sure.
Very cool.
Yeah, and I know this is going to seem slightly embarrassing, but I'd like to vote no on this also, Ms. Madrid, if you would change my vote, just in reflecting on the situation. John?
Very good.
Let's put it this way. One gift out of two ain't bad. You got the Vector truck,
I'm very
and
pleased.
we'll just have this should be your New Year's vote, your New Year's gift.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Do you have
John.
any other questions for me today?
No, you can go back to putting your other 8 hours now.
Thank you.
Good job, John.
All right. I just want to make one brief comment, and then we'll move forward to the more of regular business. We happen to have the West Coast, or let's put it this way, the Western Region representative from Jacobs Engineering in the audience. And he just came here to watch the procedure and to support John Alchin in our choice of PG&E. And I didn't call on him to come to the podium. I didn't know if that was the proper thing to do. But Howard Bruin was at the meeting with Jacobs Engineering. And I just want to say this, that one of the things he said was, well, first off, he's in total support of us going forward with PG&E. He understands the total arrangement that we have, but he also offered at the meeting that we had that no matter who we chose, that he personally, with Jacobs Engineering, would make himself available for any kind of consultation that we needed for free. So thank you, Howard. Sure, step to the podium if you wish. Just turn the light on, please.
Right.
Got it.
There we go. Should know how to do that. Jacobs Engineering. I live in Paso Robles. I previously managed the wastewater facility at San Luis Obispo. Very familiar with this project. Matter of fact, we were the first ones in the state of California to partner with PG&E to do this. And we got national awards and everything. So even so, our company offered an alternative. And I think it was more just to make sure you're going in the right direction. And I understood that. And thanks for reaching out, John. This is a great program. I understand some of your concerns. I do. We went through a year and a half at City of San Luis Obispo with the same concerns. But I will tell you at the end, everything worked out fine. And to Director Peterson's comment, you're right. The energy savings aren't what it may seem, but the operational costs that you will recover. And the other thing is, you may not see it this way, but retention of staff, because if you continue in the direction you're going, it's not the equipment. You won't even have anybody to run the equipment. So I applaud you in going this direction, and I know it's tough. And like I said, anything else you guys need, let me know.
Thank you, Howard, and happy holidays. All right, moving back to the order of regular business, and we're at item A, and General Manager Weigel, if you would introduce this item, please.
Yes, Mr. President, agenda number 8A is the consideration of adoption of ordinance 03-2019, amending sections 4.04.080, 4.04.090, and 4.04.100 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code relating to delinquent water bills. It is recommended that the Board of Directors read ordinance 03-2019 by title only, waive further reading, and adopt the ordinance, which will amend the aforementioned sections of the municipal code relating to delinquent water bills. And I have our district council standing by for further discussion and questions.
Do any members of the board wish to discuss this item? You have any questions?
I feel hurt.
I see none. So would someone wish to make a motion to approve this item?
I move that we read ordinance 3. I have to read the title of them. I move that we adopt an ordinance number 03-2019, an ordinance amending sections 4.04.80, 4.04.90, and 4.04.100 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code relating to delinquent water bills waive further reading and adopt the ordinance.
I'll second.
Thank you. Well, we have the motion made and a second. Ms. Madrid?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Stidell?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. That was quick. Thank you so much. Moving on to item 8B, General Manager Weigold.
Mr. President, agenda number 8B is discussion and consideration of first quarter budget report and consideration of recommendations to approve Resolution 47-2019, amending fiscal year 2019/20 budget. And I'll have our finance manager, Pam Duffield, present.
Thank you. President Farmer, members of the board. So we're asking you to adopt resolution 47-2019 to do the following budget actions. In the water fund, we're requesting to reallocate $49,000 from the SCADA system project to purchase an emergency generator that your board approved back in July. We're also asking that you approve in the wastewater fund a budget adjustment to reallocate the lump sum budget of $303,927 into 3 different projects. One is a previous item that we just discussed, $95,000 for the Vector truck. The purchase of the video camera system to work in unison with that Vector truck for $75,000. And various lift station improvements totaling the balance of $133,927. These do not have a net impact to the water budget or the wastewater budget. It is simply a reallocation of budget. It nets to zero. Both the Resource and Infrastructure approved this in October, and it went to the Finance Committee for support and approval in November. As far as the overall report, I want to have you flip to, let's see what page it is. It is page, I'll just start with the general fund budget for fire. If you flip to page 99, I just want to quickly recap the format before I go into the report itself, because this format is a little new for everybody still. Everybody's still kind of getting used to it. So in column L, you will see what the board adopted as the budget on August 15th. And along with that budget adoption, the board also approved some carry forward of contracts that were in place in 1819. And we reserved them for encumbrance, and we carried them forward into 1920 because we were under contractual obligations with several vendors to complete projects. So what you see in column M throughout these worksheets, fund by fund, department by department, will be represented of those actions that you approved in the middle of August. What you see in column N is now our new approved budget. The only difference between the general fund pages and the enterprise fund pages, you will see 2 additional columns in the enterprise fund pages, which are column X and Y. And those columns represent the Prop 218 assumptions as compared to how we prepared the budget for 1920. So I just kind of wanted to give you the format a little bit so you know what you're looking at. So overall, in the general fund budget, revenues were less than expenses, which is common for this time of the year, as I've stated in the report, due to the timing of when we receive our property tax revenues. We don't really foresee, and during the first quarter, there weren't any significant variances that cause any red flags or require us to do any kind of a budget adjustment in administration, facilities, or pros. We do have one new development in the fire department's budget, and Chief Hollingsworth is here to talk about that in another board item today to deal with the grant that we did not get for the radios. So we're going to have some further discussion about that, but the first quarter report does not have any recommendations for addressing that. That happened kind of outside of that timing. That happened in early November. So we will be addressing any adjustments to the budget that we need to do for the radio grant not being received. We'll address that in the second quarter report. So then moving forward to the enterprise funds.
Can you give us a page number, perhaps?
I'm sorry, what?
Page number?
Page number. So the enterprise funds start on page 125.
Thank you.
That's the overall review. So in the water fund, we the same thing. You know, our revenues were slightly lower than our expenditures, which is just normal for the timing of when the water bill revenue comes through and whatnot, versus expenditures. You know, for the water department and across the board for all the departments, we have a lot of payments that we make for regulatory agencies right up front in the beginning of the fiscal year. So sometimes that skews our expenditure pattern a little bit compared to our revenue, but you know, eventually it'll kind of catch up. The other action within the water fund is the budget adjustment that I referred to a few moments ago, which is reallocating money from the SCADA system and reallocating that budget to the replacement generator that was just purchased. In SWF, we have a little bit of a variance going on due to the cost of cleaning up the impoundment basin. If you look at that variance, it's like, I don't know, 1,200% of budget or something, because it was significantly more than we anticipated. So hopefully we will have the final evaluation done of what it's going to take to continue to operate the SWF with sometime within the second quarter. We'll hopefully have that information, or it might even roll into the third quarter. And then when the operational items are addressed, we can decide how we're going to address that overage in the budget, and we'll come back to you with some cleanup at some point in time. For the wastewater plant, or the wastewater fund, we have the same scenario. The revenue is a little less than the expenditures. The same thing. They have regulatory permits they have to pay at the beginning of the fiscal year. They had some, contract carryovers that happened from last year to this year. And then again, we had 3 budget reallocation requests for the Vector truck, the video camera, and the lift stations. I added an item to the report as well that we have kind of been talking about through time, but it hasn't ever really been memorialized. And so in the quarterly report format, you're also going to start seeing a little blurb at the bottom of the report to talk about what have we completed in projects during the period that we're talking about that's being reported on. So for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30 of 2019, we've listed several projects. We've completed the SCADA long-term water portion, which that was a carryover project from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. We've completed the surface impoundment basin debris removal and disposal, completed the handrail painting at the wastewater treatment plant, and also completed the lift station LS1A control panel upgrade, also at the wastewater treatment plant. So that concludes my report. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions for our finance officer? Yes, Vice President Steidel, also the chair of the Finance Committee.
On the wastewater fund, the reallocation from the undefined capital projects with the Vector truck being an element of that, and with the decisions that we've made today and the fact that we will not be making a payment on the truck until the next fiscal year budget, it seems that probably, I'm assuming, should we be making that, or should we just retain it in the lump sum, or should we be considering it in a reserve in some other way.
So my recommendation would be that we bring that question back to Resource and Infrastructure for that discussion. And maybe there's another project that we've had to push down in priority because we couldn't fund. So maybe they would want to reallocate that money into a different project or multiple projects. And based on their recommendation, we would just take it through the circle, take it back to finance, and then it'll either be in the second quarter report if we have time to do all that, which we may not have time to do all that, or it would end up being moved to the third quarter report.
Okay. And personally, I agree with that approach. I think that is probably what we need to do. That being said, should we remove this as one of the reallocations so that we're not reallocating and then drawing back on it?
I would just prefer to leave it because as we go through the year, we're going to have things where, we might exceed budget by 2,000 or we might be under budget by 2,000 in capital projects that we may have to reallocate. So my thinking is every quarter we're probably going to have some sort of a budget adjustment to do in the capital outlay world. So I'm fine with leaving it there.
Okay.
And then we can just address it after a different decision is made on how to reallocate it.
That's fine. Whatever you feel would be the easiest way in terms of recording and tracking.
Yeah, just because we've been through, it's documented in the Resource and Infrastructure Committee that we were reallocating it to the Vector. It's documented in Finance that we're reallocating. It's documented here in the quarterly report. So just kind of makes sense to me to just leave it as is and then go through with new information, and address it then.
Yes, Director Rice.
Just following up on that particular question, there was, maybe I didn't understand it right. I thought you said maybe we could use that money that had been budgeted for the Vector truck to go toward the 160 for the PG&E, or did we already budget for the PG&E?
So what is currently budgeted for PG&E is the 160.
Okay.
So there's about 4 things that were put into the initial budget for wastewater. Let's see what page it's on. I can show you what's currently in the budget.
As long as it's accounted for, I'm good. I was just trying to make sure I understood what I thought I heard.
If you flip to page, oh gosh, I can't see the number on there. Looks like it's hiding, the page number's hiding because I expanded the margins a little bit. It looks like it's page 146.
146, okay.
And it's kind of hidden in the margin of the borders.
What's the title at the top?
It's the wastewater fund.
Okay.
So it actually starts on the bottom of page 145.
Got it.
And so we have a couple things budgeted in capital. We have the security improvements at the plant. We have the rack truck that they've already purchased. We carried forward the handrails. We carried forward the control panel. And then we do have already the $160,000 earmarked for PG&E. And then the $303,000 is what we were reallocating to the specific projects.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional explanation. Thank you, President Farm.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments with regard to Ms. Duffield's report? Yes, Director Howell.
Just a very short one. Could you enlighten me a little bit on how you figured the estimated actual column?
So the estimated actual is simply budget. At this point of the year, it's, hard. You'd spend a lot of laborious time to put a formula in there. So I just used budget unless it was over that budget amount at this point. For the second quarter report, I will put the time into factoring everything out. But it's really, for this time of year, it's a hard thing to do because we're still kind of in that flux where you're still paying some old year June stuff. So it's just not worth the time in the first quarter to do that, but I will definitely have a formula in there for the second quarter.
Thanks, just
and assume whatever we spent in the first half of the year, we're going to spend in the second half of the year.
Yes, Vice President Stidel.
As a suggestion going forward, as we're learning about doing quarterly reports, perhaps making or inserting an annotation to that effect about that column within the narrative of bringing
Okay,
it forward,
sure.
just so it's there as point of reference. It would allow people to know that immediately.
Yeah, I can put that in the staff report. In the staff report, I just mentioned at this point of the year, we should be about 25% of our budget should be exhausted, or revenue should have been received by now, just as a guide for people to be looking at, what's over or under 25%, but I can add that as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
I see no further questions or discussions from the board members. I just want to bring up something very quickly. I might have misunderstood what you said, but you said something like you said in the second or third quarter, we'd have, let's say, a number amount as to how much it would cost to operate the SWF if it did actually come online. Am I correct in hearing that?
Not online. So right now there's discussions on what we're doing with the filters. Are we pickling them?
Okay.
Are we going to another product? There's a lot of evaluation that's happening currently right now by our water operations supervisor and Mr. Weigel. So, they're still evaluating that process. So to me, it's a little premature to go and make an adjustment, moving operations money down to capital if we need that for operations. We're trying to evaluate where we're at. So once we know that and did we budget properly for electricity? Did we budget properly for any kind of repairs that are needing to be done there? We should have a better idea of how to properly amend the budget.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And just one quick clarification also. You were saying, well, at this time of the year, usually expenses will outpace revenue, but things either balance out or move in our favor, so to speak, at the end of the year. So I just want to clarify for folks that might remember in years past when expenditures outpaced revenue year after year, we're not going in that direction and haven't been for a while, correct?
That's correct. We're very closely monitoring our budget and monitoring, and adjusting the budget as we need so that we're, not waiting till mid-year to do it, and we're not waiting till the very end of the year and have to worry that we're in crisis mode and how are we going to resolve, we're out of budget so far, we can't do that. So we're very closely monitoring it, each quarter.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. So, yes. Director Rice.
I move that we adopt Resolution 47-2019, amending the fiscal year 1920 budget.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Ms. Majid, we can have a roll call, please?
Director Rice?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. Moving on, I believe we have two more items here. Hopefully they'll be as brief as one previous. Item 8D, General Manager Weigel, could you introduce this one, please?
Yes, Mr. President, for agenda number 8D is discussion and consideration to secure funding for mobile and portable emergency service radios for the fire department. I'm going to turn this over to Chief Hollingsworth to further discuss and answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weigel. Hopefully this is the last time you have to hear from me today. I'm sure you're tired of that at this point. Exactly. This item for radio replacement is something that is near and dear to my heart, but something you're probably at this point a little bit nauseated at hearing about. For the last 3 years, we've brought this to you due to the obsolescence of the system, and this is just something that is inherent with equipment being made obsolete by advances in technology. So there are new FCC mandates in regards to what's supposed to be out there, what's supposed to be utilized, and there's limitations to our current radio system which can no longer be supported. We came to you at that time asking for the funds or seeking direction on how to proceed, and it was decided to pursue grant funding. We've done that aggressively for the last 3 years, and as you know, we applied regionally with a grant with all the surrounding agencies, and that was denied. And then most recently, we applied singly with our own agency, and that was denied as well. We got very far in the process. We assumed there was an assumption around all the agencies that we had actually made it because they started asking questions that are typical to when they're going to give you money, and then they decided at the last minute they're not going to do that. So there was nothing inherently done incorrect on our end on either grant. They were both successful in how they were written and historically researched and put together. It was just they either ran out of money or prioritized other projects. That being said, what you have in front of you is a total cost replacement for what we need to address, both in portable radios, which are these here that you see everybody carry, and those are required, and then mobile radios, which are the ones that actually go in all the apparatus. Right now, minimally, to get us to an operational standpoint, there's a certain amount that we need immediately, and that's 5 minimum to get everybody that is currently on duty using equipment that is fully programmed, fully updated, has all the command and tactical channels in it that the state is putting out. Our current infrastructure is out of date by almost 2 years. So we don't have everything that they want to give us and make usable. And that need and that cost right now is the $11,162. The rest of that is, obviously, there is an expense involved in this, and it's going to have to come out of somewhere, and we want to just figure out how you want to proceed. While all this was going on, and after we put this together, we were continuing to pursue additional funding, and I'm very happy to tell you that this morning, of all days, we finally heard back from OES, our Office of Emergency Services, and they are the central clearinghouse for grant money that comes out of Diablo Canyon, specifically the Nuclear Protection Program. And we got authorization to actually get $30,000 of this reimbursed this year, and I have that in writing. And we have verbal authorization that it is going to be given the highest priority next fiscal year, so July 1st of next year, for the remaining $30,000. So that is incredibly good news. The caveat to that is that we need to get the 5 now for them to show good faith in that process, if that makes sense. So for us to get that free money, if you want to call it that, we need to spend the $11,000 on the immediate need now. And then we would be asking for authorization to spend general fund money, whether regular funds or reserve funds, and have that fully reimbursed through those NPP funds within the next couple of months. If I could be so bold, there's a couple of different directions here. If I can be so bold based on the other needs of the department, I would ask that the board consider to be able to pull that $11,000 and change out of reserves. However, we understand the tight nature of how finance works, and there are other categories we can rework internally in our existing budget to be fiscally responsible. Just understand that if we do that, we would be sacrificing some of the other needs that we were hoping to be able to address this year, and we would be putting those off to the next fiscal year. So that's the nature of this report, as tight as I can make it right now. I'm over to you for any questions.
Yes, Director Pearson.
The reserves we're talking about, do we have money reserved, Ms. Duffield?
So we have general fund reserves, but what I'm hearing is we need to pay for it now and get reimbursed in 2 months. So we really don't need to move this from reserves. We just need to adjust the budget amount from $75,000 down to $11,000 and show that it's coming, the offsetting grant revenue is coming from NPP instead of our other granting source. If we weren't going to get the funds this fiscal year, then yes, we would need to utilize reserves until we got the funds in the following fiscal year. But if it's all going to work out in this year, to me, in my eyes, there's no reason to take it from reserves.
I think there is 2 different issues, and maybe I wasn't clear. They're willing to give us the $30,000. If you look at this, there's almost $70,000 worth of equipment here. That $11,000 has to be borne by this agency. NPP funds will not cover that. So we need to commit to that for the rest of their offset to come in. Right. Once we have done that, they will reimburse us up to $30,000 additionally, $30,000 for new equipment beyond the $11,000, which is what we spend. And then there's still a remaining balance of about $30,000 that they would be hopefully addressing this next fiscal year, which they're very positive would be the case. So we would need to authorize the expense of the $11,000 now from somewhere, and then the $30,000 on top of that would be coming from general fund or whatever, and that all would be offset. So there's kind of 2 different issues going on.
Right. So really what we should be doing is we should be doing number 3 here, which is expending $40,000, $30,000 of that being their money that we'll get in 2 months, and $11,000 of that being our money.
Yes.
That gets us 19 portable radios and programming, and then we wait for the remainder of the radios until we get the other 30,000, or you put it in your budget for next year and we get it that way.
And the 19 radios or the 5 mobiles or however that's configured, those are just broken up that way. We may need to reorient them, but we would not exceed the amount of money that would be used during this time frame.
Yeah, so really we're looking at 30,000 plus 11,000. So you're really going to end up with $41,162 or something like that to spend, and you spend it as you
And the
need to.
NPP funds would offset $30,000 of that.
That would be my recommendation.
I agree.
I still see 2 lights to my right, so thank you. Ms. Rice? Director Rice, pardon me.
Either way works for me. I'm a little confused. So the 5 portable radios and programming, we could use the $30,000 to reimburse that, or that's the part that we have to do?
That's the part we have to do before NPP
But they'll
funds can
help
be
us
utilized.
they'll help us with the portable radios.
Absolutely. And so before any of this became evident with the funds from OES and PG&E, that $11,000, those 5 radios, was the hill I had to die on here. We have to get that to remain operational.
Okay, and thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I tend to think that 11,000 for the 5 portable radios should be reallocated from existing budget. It's not all that much, and I think it could be found within the current budget. I think taking out of reserves whatever we need to cover the remainder of the radios required should be done as soon as possible, because we know we're going to get at least 30,000 reimbursed, and then hopefully another. Is that what you're saying?
Another 30,000.
So potentially 60, but we know for sure 30. Is that
Yes.
you have that in writing?
I have that in writing from OES representative.
So I mean, I definitely am supportive of providing the radios that are needed for the town, 100%. I'd like to see the chief try and find that 11,000 that we know we have to spend, that we're not going to get reimbursed. I'd like to see it come from an existing budget if possible. But if I'm the only one that thinks that way, then I'm okay going the other way.
Yes, Ms. Duffield.
We have a $10,000 earmark for station safety improvements that we've discussed that we could not do this year and possibly use that money. And then the chief has also identified a few other operational items that he might be able to reduce as well.
Those, like I said, those are absolutely things we can do by direction. It will put those off. The need doesn't go away. We'll have to then address them the following fiscal year.
So the safety changes, though, when I hear something that's related to safety and the idea of pushing that out doesn't appeal to me. Can you give us a little bit better idea of what that represents?
The safety changes and upgrades for the station, that's the minimum amount that we had put in this year to secure new locks, some cameras and gates. This fire station is probably the only one in the county that isn't fully secure. Anybody can drive in on the property. We've had numerous instances where people have almost been hit by people cutting through there, trying to go back to
the
Mascot.
residential area in the back.
We had an accident on site where somebody actually went through and broke some fencing. And that happens on a pretty regular basis. And so I have to be proactive and want to limit that access by putting up some gates. The long term is going to be putting up cameras, some better lighting, fencing the entire property, getting us up to the standard that would be considered normal.
Yeah,
But that's going to be a much higher expense.
I can see where that's something that probably should be done. I appreciate the position that Director Rice has taken in this, but I also know that the fire department suffers from the fact that we have a number of things that happen within our general fund revenues that are not supported in any other way and probably should have before maybe even responsibilities for doing them have come on, and it's always the fire department that ends up with the short straw, as it were, about that. At least that's my perception. And I would, rather than trying to hold someone's feet to the fire and challenge them for $11,000, I'd like to find some other way to take care of that and not have to throw that challenge back to the fire department.
Any comments on what Vice President Steidel has said? Seeing none, I'm just going to make a brief comment. I remember as a kid watching this TV show as two guys talking about money. And the one fellow, the so-called expert, he said, I'm going to paraphrase, he said, you have to spend money to make money. So I'm just going to paraphrase, in this case, you have to spend money to save money. And that appears to be the situation that we have before us, right?
Yes, sir. We are doing our extreme due diligence to find the funding wherever possible.
So would anybody wish to make a motion to approve this item?
I would like to make a motion that we approve the chief expending up to $42,000 to get the radios, looking at reimbursement of $30,000 within 3 months.
I'd second that motion.
Should I give you a moment to type that in, Ms. Madrid?
I've got it. Thank you. For some reason, I lost my place. Hold on. President Pearson. I'm sorry. Director Pearson.
Aye.
Vice President Steidel.
Could you read back what you have? It was very specific and not in the language that we had in front of us.
Move to approve the chief spend up to $42,000 to get the radios with reimbursement of $30,000 within 3 months.
Thank you. Yes.
Director Rice.
Aye.
Director Howell.
Aye.
President Farmer.
David?
Old habits.
Yes, it is. Right. Chief?
Would like to thank you very much for that consideration. I realize it's an expensive process to run this agency, and we empathize with that and understand the implications of that. Also wanted to let you know that as we are moving forward and we're having this continued discussion about the additional monies that are available this next year, one of the other focuses of that grant money is the possibility of upgrading, and we just found this out this morning, our existing EOC and infrastructure, computers, data, phones, things that will enhance our capabilities of thoroughly handling big-scale emergencies in this community. And I know in talking to the general manager, that's a big rock for both he and I. And we want to improve that infrastructure. And there's a significant possibility we could tap into funds either this next fiscal year or following. That's exactly what this grant is for. So we're going to be looking at that down the road to see if this is something that we can help augment our existing system.
Yes, Vice President Steidel.
With that being said, just as a question of interest, Ms. Duffield, would you be interfacing directly with the computer equipment from the fire department in terms of extracting data in any manner as far as what you're doing with the new system coming in? Okay, I was just wondering if there was any leverage in terms of making sure that the levels of equipment were in concert with what you had going on. So that was the only question. Thank you.
That part of the discussion is in its extreme infancy, and I would absolutely coordinate with our admin department on the needs that would be required from every resource, whether it be finance or logistics or whatever, because it would be somewhat inappropriate to buy a bunch of stuff that didn't meet the qualifications and needs of what we had. So, thank you.
Once again, Chief, happy holidays to you and the family. Well, we're almost at the end of the regular business here. Item 8.
Sorry. I would just like a clarification, please. You didn't address how we are funding the difference. And I need to know that for the next quarterly report. Well, the $30,000 will be from a grant, but the remaining of the $42,000, around $11,000, are you expecting that to be addressed within the budget of the fire department, or would you like to take that from reserves? It makes a difference how I present you the budget adjustment.
I think the intention was to take it from reserves.
Yes.
Okay, our reserve estimated balance in the general fund is $2.6 million, just to answer an earlier question.
Thank you.
President Farmer?
Yes, Vice President Stidel.
I think something else that we should consider, maybe the Finance Committee can take a look at that. We have loans that should be paid back to the general fund. And by assessing some of that, it may be possible that there's some increment at least that could be paid down on one of those interfund loans that would help address that.
Well, perhaps the Finance Committee can address that, and you can get back to us with a report on it.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
That's what I was asking for. Thank you.
The number that I cited of $2.6 million includes $800,000 in loaned funds due back to the general fund.
All right. The final item in regular business, item 8F. And General Manager Weigel, if you would introduce this item, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Agenda item 8F is discussion and consideration of adoption of Resolution 44-2019, amending the district salary schedule and establishing a pay schedule for the position of clerical assistant. Staff is recommending that the Board of Directors adopt the resolution amending the CCSD salary schedule and establish a pay schedule for the position of clerical assistant. And I'll have Monique Madrid, our Administrative Department Manager, present further on this proposal and recommendation.
Thank you. This item is brought before you because we have been reviewing since the finance manager, Ms. Duffield, has started. She's been reviewing the various complications of the finance department by having the billing clerk, who is also responsible for manning the front desk. So some of the benefits of having hired a part-time, three-quarter time accounts payable clerk is that it did free up some money to be able to hire a part-time individual who could cover the front desk. But in order to attract a good candidate who we would be able to continue to employ and have career development or a pathway for them to move into a full-time position when one becomes vacant, is that we need to offer about 24 hours a week. So the cost to the district for that amount is $8,513 in addition to what the salary savings is of the $14,760 from the 32 hours, which is minus from the 40 hours. So we have a 40-hour position that's become 32 hours with savings of $14,000 roughly. Then if you take the 24-hour position, add what the total cost would be, it's an additional $8,500. So that's what we're asking the board to approve is $8,500 for the 24-hour position in addition to using the $14,000. Plus there could be some other minor costs for health benefits or any other benefit. PERS requires that we offer it to anybody that has 20 hours or more.
Any questions from members of the board here? Director Rice.
Couple of things. A job description would be nice. Org chart with the new position in it would be nice. I understand the need, and I certainly am not going to hold up the ability of the district to hire somebody to reduce the overall workload of the current staff. I'm definitely for that because I know there's a lot of work to be done there. Not knowing what the impact of potential benefits might be is also a little bit worrying to me because if PERS requires we offer benefits, and I think there's a probationary period, yes? No. They just are eligible for benefits upon hire. Okay, so then, and those benefits then are not included here in this cost. And again, I am absolutely not against giving the general manager the ability to hire somebody to help distribute the workload more equitably and provide for better customer service. But this is missing a few things for me. And so that's kind of where I am with it. If the rest of the board is comfortable moving forward without an org chart, is this position subject to union membership?
There's a new law that we don't get involved in union membership.
Okay.
So it would be represented in that bargaining unit.
Okay. That's the answer that I needed. Thank you. I was not using the correct terminology. Okay. So I don't feel like I have the full financial impact of this position. But again, I do not want to delay simply for that reason, because it is a part-time position and, I don't know I have no idea, even a ballpark of what those benefits might be. So in terms of the additional benefits as part of compensation.
They would be about 60% of the 85%. So the district pays 85% of we'll just talk about health benefits here for a second, because that's the biggest.
Right, the biggest chunk.
So it would be about 60% of the 85%. Most part-time individuals.
Oh, I see. It's a prorated amount.
Right. They don't usually pick this up, which is why we didn't go through the calculation, but they certainly could.
I'd just like to ask a question. I believe when I first was elected to the board, we had someone working at the front desk who was the front desk person, answered the phone and did billing. Is that correct? All right.
Yes.
And we still have someone doing that same role?
Well, actually, they didn't do billing. They did accounts payable.
Accounts payable. Is accounts payable is that more time consuming? Is billing more time consuming?
They also did accounts receivable. So if you remember some of the things that have come to light over the last year in the finance department, part of the reason for those issues is that we have too few people doing too much work. So having this individual at the front desk allows the individuals who are not at the front desk to focus on their jobs instead of answering the front desk, answering the phones, and being the first point of contact for individuals, learning all about the district. And it's an extremely important position, even though I know some people think it's the entry level and it's not important, but it's one of our most important positions.
I guess I kind of just explained why I'm questioning the need for this in particular employee. Okay, well, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Weigold. Excuse me, General Manager Weigold.
Yes, Mr. President. The other issue here that I didn't properly add in here is, as we get into Tyler Inn code, there's an awful lot of work that has to go into that from the entire finance group. So we need extra time from everybody there for all the data input and all the time that's going to be required to do that in this coming year. So I'm leaning forward a little bit to create some space with the staff.
Once again, I think my concern is hearing from people out in the community. Sure, a lot of people working at the district, and we're paying a lot of salaries. And so it just seems to me I guess you've given me the reasons. I don't necessarily have in my head how everything operates with regard to finances and all that and people that you need in the office. I was just kind of being the gadfly with regard to, do we really need more salaries added into who we already have? So that was just my main concern.
We could go with less hours and not have benefits. We could go with 18 hours and not offer benefits, except for the prorated portion of vacation and the lawful requirement of sick leave, if the board prefers that.
Director Rice.
I would like to state unequivocally that we need to have at least 24 hours or whatever is required to provide benefits, because the pay for this job is not really great. And not just in comparison to the other positions here, but just in general, it's not that high of pay. And I absolutely don't want to hire somebody that we're going to train up to understand all the goings on so they can represent the first contact with the district, with a customer if they're working the front desk. So I'm 100% behind, if not 24 hours, then even more. Maybe the next budget year we could increase it, but I definitely appreciate the need for this position, and I wouldn't want to reduce it just because I don't know the amount that it's going to impact yet. I definitely think we need to be offering the benefits.
All right, thank you. And very quickly, Vice President Stidel.
Just to give some texture to the idea of what it's like to try to continually be interrupted during the process of doing finances. You have to recognize that there's someone who's sitting at a computer, they're inputting into a screen that probably has 30 different items to it in different places that need to be put in, and they're trying to match that out with information for a billing process to get out to our customers. And each time they go to put one in, another phone call comes in and you get interrupted. You lose track of where you are. That's how errors happen in billing processes, and that's how we experienced that happening over time. And the fact that there were several elements of finance that were being executed by the same person who was answering the phones is just mind-boggling to me. It goes so far in the face of any kind of smart financial practice. It's just crazy. So,
Well, thank you very much, and I'll just add that I think this extra dialogue that we had here, extra understanding of the needs of staff at present and in the future, hopefully clarified for people out there asking that question about do we need more staff. Hopefully there's a bit more understanding there. So could we entertain a motion to approve this item?
I'll go ahead and move that we approve Resolution 44, 2019, amending the district salary schedule and establishing a pay schedule for the position of clerical assistant.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Madrid.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
Director Rice?
No.
Director Howell?
Aye.
President Farmer?
I think the explanation was enough for me, and I'll go with aye. And seeing that we have 2 minutes till 6 o'clock, I just want to quickly, can we make a motion to go to 6:30?
So move.
Second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote there, please, Ms. Madrid.
Director Howell?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Stidel?
Aye.
President Farmer?
Aye. Thank you. So finally, we are at closed session. We have to adjourn this.
Mr. President,
Yes. Excuse me.
future agenda. I think we have to have
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I think we have to have a resolution to establish the special meeting we were thinking of having on the 9th. Is that correct, Mr. Carmel?
It doesn't have to be done by resolution.
Okay.
The president can call a special meeting.
So do we know what time we're going to?
I think we two, which is our normal meeting.
Right.
That was for the closed session
Right,
portion.
2 to
So
4.
we can just add it to the agenda of the.
Right. So we'll start at 2 o'clock and we'll do regular business and then move on from there. And Director Rice is good with that.
So far, so good, which is bad, but so far, so good. It was only yesterday, the interview.
So, legal counsel, since I guess my brain isn't computing at this moment, could you explain exactly what we've just done?
You're going to schedule a special meeting for the 9th of January to consider an open session agenda item and the closed session regarding the performance evaluation.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so now, any other future agenda items? Well, seeing none, if you could just loan me the device that you had there earlier.
Absolutely.
Thank you. This meeting is closed. And now we will adjourn to closed session, and we will not be considering item 10B, which is general manager's performance. So any public comment on any of the other items on closed session? Seeing none. Happy holidays to everyone in the audience, those of you who remained. Happy holidays to everyone out there in the viewing audience, and a blessed New Year as well.
That's agenda item 10.